I imagine it would have not gotten this notoriety, attention. So that's why a lot of people think there's a lot more that's happening here. Like Justin Sun of he's the remind me again. He's the CEO of HTX. HTX. Thank you. Would there be another Gemini? Yes, or something? Yeah, it used to be another exchange or something. I don't know. There's people do a lot of stuff in the space, but yeah. Justin Sun's one of the biggest figures in the space, though, and he was on Spaces yesterday, and he was just like really bullish about it. And then he sent in like 4 of his employees to come in and talk on behalf of the project. And yeah, Gebo, 1,050 sold was refunded, but no other refunds were issued. And it just kind of seemed a little like, okay, what's going on? But refunded to who? Refunded to a wallet that, they sent in 1,050 soul, and then it was sent back to them. But no other soul was sent back, and then he burned everyone else's resale tokens. And are those 1,050 still sitting in that wallet? I don't know, Kev. Have you checked? No, I try to look at SoulScan as little as possible to save my own mental health, but yeah, Kevo, the point is they were sent, and then literally, like, the next transaction, like, within a minute, was him burning everyone else's tokens. Nah, I don't know, bro. Because, like, it's almost too good to be true. Because, have you guys been in his spaces? Yeah, I've joined every one of his spaces. Like, he's showing real emotion, and he's crying. But, like, fuck, bro, because, like, let's say it's just so coincidental, right? Fine, whatever the fuck. If it is, and all this is happening organically, then god dang, I can only imagine how crazy, insane this fucking war is gonna be. But if it's orchestrated, then that's fucked up, because I don't know what to believe anymore. a lot of it is orchestrated, man. A lot of it is orchestrated. I mean, look, Shroom was a great opportunity, and it still is a great opportunity for some solid cash and, potential profits. But, dude, someone sniped $1 million at launch. They just happened to know all the right settings to get in, and they sold $10 million at the top. Gabo, I love you, my guy, but I used to have this naivety to me when it came to the space, and I realized there's so much that is orchestrated, my man. That's the part that gets kind of hard. No, bro. I mean, like, I know. Look at Pauly, bro. Pauly's calling these projects, and then it's been proven time and time again that his wallets are the ones selling the tokens he says he doesn't own any of. His ex-boyfriend's the one showing that it's his wallets. Hey, do you have a boyfriend? No, Pauly's actually gay. That's like not me trying to be rude, but yeah, he's actually gay. He is, right? What? How do you know this? Dude, listen, the rabbit hole's deep, I guess. So many people. I think you should be like, not to talk bad in his name, bro, because he puts it out there. I'm gonna tell him he said this, bro. I'm gonna go to his face the next time and tell him he said it. Are you fucking serious? Bro. Hey, for those of you that don't know, Gabo loves Pauly. Bro, no, look. I will say this openly with, I fucking accept full repercussions, bro. At first, he was saying shit that actually, like, in my opinion, resonated in some sense. I didn't like the approach, I didn't like the delivery, but to each his own. But now I really do think that I'm just biting him in the fucking ass, bro. Because I low-key think that this slur shit, they're trying to recreate what he's trying to do with pork and his ecosystem and shit. So, if they pull it off, bro, that sucks. Well, I mean, like, it's badass for slur, but sucks for fucking fun. I mean, look, hey, I've said this before, and for any devs that listening to the spaces, the dev that's working for Pauly is a fucking savant, man. That guy's a genius. Fucking mad respect to whatever like that guy has built. It's impressive. I just don't like Pauly personally. I don't think that's a secret. But anyway, I digress. Wait, are you talking about the dev behind his decks? Dude, yeah, it's impressive. I mean, if you want to hear a really funny someone hosted some sort of yo. Yo, Mr. Lee, what's good then? Yo, can you hear me? Alright, maybe that's all you wanted to say. I like it. To the moon. I dig it. Yeah, but no, it's crazy, man. Gelo, I will say this. I've learned over the last couple months, a lot of the shit that happens behind the scenes is very well orchestrated. There's a couple Solana plays. I don't want to necessarily go too much into detail because I will burn a lot of bridges right here. No, I'm not going to do it. It's not good for me to say it. I think I'd rather keep, because then we can make gains off it in Harvard. But there's a couple major Solana plays that what they do is they just essentially launch projects and then they'll like get to like 10 mil and then they'll like sell the tops and then they go and pump their projects that are like at 50, 70 mil. And they do this every couple days. It's just recycling the money and always just putting it back into one project, funneling it back in. And listen, man, this space is, it's very easy to just follow like a couple Twitter callers or find your favorite people. But that's, I guess, one of the big things with Aardvark is that I want it to be genuine. I want it to be real. I want it to be honest. You guys have seen that I myself, like, I love working with the Dolan team. I was a part of the quote-unquote Harambe cabal. You know, I have my big bag there. I still have my big bag there. But I got to work with some really cool people while having a Harambe bag. But at the end of the day, it's like Aardvark's my fucking passion project. It's my baby. But there's a lot of this that goes on, man. There's a limited amount of liquidity. And people are always trying to find a way to funnel money back into their project. In our case, I'd rather the marks just make gains. And if they decide they want to, up their bags in the Aardvark project, that makes me happy. We have no reason to have to, have any thoughts as we're trying to fall asleep at night. Like, I can sleep comfortably on my pillow at night knowing that. You know what I mean? No skeletons in our closet. Even if that means that we're only at, a $2 million market cap right now, I don't care. We will have our day. We've had our day. We've broken all-time high, even though people told us we would never go back to all-time high. We'll do it again. I have no qualms with that, man. Yes, give him.
Full disclosure, I sold a lot of my pork for Vark, for Ticker Bitcoin, and Bogle. So,
oh shit, your portfolio looks like mine right now.
Bro, I love my bag, bro. For real, I'm gonna bury
it's a fun spread, bro. I gotta tell you, it's like Rick Takashi, fucking love that guy. He's a fucking Chad. He's an amazing meme creator. He's just a good guy. You look at Ticker Bitcoin, dude, when I saw fucking Warlock get in there in the ring with what would you call that? I think they call it the pit. They call it the pit, right? But it was kind of like a 80s, what do they call those living rooms where you go in and it's like the, what are those called, Kev?
where you walk down into, dude, I thought it looked cool as fuck.
It looked cool as fuck, bro. I was really impressed.
I had some IRL friends. I basically forced them to watch 4 hours of karate. And
we my IRL friends.
Yeah, we were like, they didn't really like the ring. And I'm just laughing because I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but just imagine you just got knocked out and you gotta climb up that right afterwards.
It's a sunken living room. That's a
sunken living, yeah. It's cool, but especially for since they brought in influencers that don't know how to fight, it's imagine trying to get up that after you're see, I can just picture just someone falling back, but yeah, I think they have one. I don't know if Dubai's the next one or the one after, but Morlight said he wanted to fight Zuckerberg there, so we're still.
Zuckerberg's kind of a beast, though.
Yeah, but you saw Morlight, just give Morlight a little bit more time to train and don't do anything else.
Dude. But it's kind of more like, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't, I don't know, dude, Zuckerberg's kind of weird, dude. I really do think he is a lizard person, and he has that, freakishly, crazy strength.
True, I mean, he was at that UFC fight, in the corner for someone, and,
you see that video of it, though, with,
all the comments are, the post was just act normal, just act like a human, and he's just standing there, he has no idea what to do with his hands.
He's trying to like shake hands, fist bump, grab the towel. Yeah, it's so good.
But he does actually train, so like that's why like when he was trying to fight Elon would never accept that because it's like Zuckerberg actually trains. Zuckerberg's actually in good shape. Like you said, he's a lizard person, so he has strength and resiliency like no other.
That dude, he's cold-blooded. He's a cold-blooded killer. Yeah, man. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, I can talk all day about this. I love conspiracies. I also do love just being able to talk about the crypto space at large. Dude, I had my cousin text me this morning. Him and I were trading on BSC in 2021 together. He got me into my first successful trade, which was a pre-sale for something called Tiki. I put in $600 and I got my first major win, which was $18,311. I'll never forget that. I remember it to the dollar. And I remember selling the top and just thinking to myself, wow, this felt like winning the lottery because I had a really small port back then. I think my portfolio was like $1,000. And he was texting me this morning. And he's like, yo, how's crypto going for you? And he's traveling the world right now with his wife. He's very much like a 9-to-5er that works remote. He got out of crypto in 2022, really early on when the bear market started. And I let him know what we're doing here at Aardvark. I let him know what we're doing in the Armory. I got him into the Loom pre-sale with 3 Sol, which is kind of a lot for him. And it just really dawned on me that normies are seeing this Bitcoin price as a buying opportunity, not as the bull market is over. And that really helped to shape my view, my perspective on the market right now, on the market. Because for a lot of us, we're like, oh fuck, all of our bags are pumping, all of our longs, our shorts, everything is just up in the air and just thrown into disarray. I gotta tell you, for the people that have been seeing crypto all over the national news, all over meme channels, all over platforms, social platforms, they're seeing this as a retrace where they can finally get in. Because most people were like, well, Bitcoin all-time high, I don't know if I should buy here. But now it's like, oh, it's on a discount. And I gotta tell you, that's exciting to me. And one of the first things he asked me is, do you think Doge will go to $1? And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, here we go. All right. I thought my cousin would be a little bit more well off than a fucking, normie, but he's regressed into a full-on normie. I think there's a lot more upside here. And I hope that I'm right. Obviously, you never know with the market, but look, I don't think that we only see 3 weeks of bull market and then it just fizzles out. I think there's a lot more to come. Gemo, I will say, whether it is orchestrated or it was a just happy accident, what's happening with Slurf and what's happening with Foam and what's happening with With and what's happening with a lot like Mod, I think Karina Koff, tweeted that she has a Mod bag. All of these things are ripple effects that are starting to spread to the masses. Everyone that's been sidelined, everyone that's been wondering if they should jump back into crypto, look, tax season's about to end. I think here in the States you have until April 15th. That is 2.5 weeks away, 3 weeks away. After that, people are like, well, fuck, okay. Yeah, I should probably get into crypto. We have so much more to come. We broke records. Not, I say we, because as degens, we survived the bear and here we are. Solana broke records for all-time volume on a DEX for a chain. This is just getting started, in my humble opinion. You look at Base Chain. Base Chain went from being Coinbase's layer 2 that is their, native chain. That was kind of like, yeah, there's a couple cool plays on there, whatever. To now being like, oh shit, it's catching a lot of volume. I'm telling you right now, when it comes to the Aardvark Alpha Armory, we're going to do our best to catch every single one of these movements that's happening. So, I want to put this out there as well. I'm having Rexar, who's the current owner of the Aardvark Alpha Armory, transfer ownership to me in 3 days once Telegram lets him. We're going to get out there, we're going to catch and seize every opportunity that is out there so that the Aardvarks can keep printing. I don't believe in doing an NFT paid group pass where you have to pay X amount every month, but I do think that it's worth it if you own some VARK, if you own a non-fungible Aardvark. I think there's some great trades being made in the Armory, and all of this is only benefiting you
Never.
What up, Ducky? How you doing, sweetheart?
How did your interview go?
It went really well. It went 2 hours, very solid. I saw that you had joined the room from the chat in the J and J and Associates, but I'm sorry, I was hosting. I couldn't see you. What's going on?
Nothing much. I was just talking to someone in the other chat, and then I was like, I want to see what Rabbi's doing.
Absolutely. I'm in a Twitter space right now. You want to join it?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so it is in time. I'll send you the link because you were so nice to have followed me. Copy the link. My goal is to try to be able to speak in this. The reason why I'm having trouble is because all of my 2,100 Twitter accounts have been banned, so I'm like regressed to this. Yeah, 2,100. It's quite a lot. And so I'm sending this to you right now. How was your day?
It's good. It's honestly pretty good.
Excellent to hear. All right, so I sent it to your EP Ducky account, and then I'm going to send it to your Corpse Girl F. It's hilarious reading people's usernames.
Like, I feel like this kind of thing along with talking for head.
Word mine, good. All right, I'll see you in there. Okay, excellent. Don't fall asleep on me.
Oh, no, I got me.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. All right, let's see.
It's very important. You gotta go into settings. There's this really special setting. It's right on Dex Tools. You can't miss it. You gotta click on the settings button. You scroll down a little bit, and then there's something like right at the bottom. It's the last option. You can't miss it. It says "fuck those ants." Dude, I will make that a thing. I promise you. Do it. No, you should have one on the website and just make like a customized somehow. Just the last one, just fuck the ants, and you just like put a dead ant on the screen or something.
I would love that. I'm messaging him right now because he's been avoiding us. It says he's online, but he's trying to hide. I think maybe he's getting like bombarded with like threats. But anyway, that's okay. Kevin, what do you got for the people? Want to fuck dance?
Oh, fuck yeah. I already came inside, so I have to talk too loud. But yeah, fuck the ants because my back up.
What up, girl?
Fucking amazing. I fucking love you guys.
Oh, I said to you. Very fun.
Can you see I'm sending you things? Oh, wait. Hold on. I wasn't doing it correctly. Hold on. I just did it incorrectly. Hold on. I'm going to send you. There you go. Can you see it now? You should see like a little hand that's waving to you
Are you wait on Twitter?
on Twitter. Yeah.
I see the link. Have you sent it me?
Hold on. You just left the room. You were just in there.
Wait. Oh, sorry. I switched to my other account because you sent me stuff on there.
I sent it to both.
It's hard to hear you.
Oh, the space just ended. You know what happened? It got rubbed.
Why?
So sometimes the app crashes.
Okay.
So he may start that space back up. If not, we'll find a better space, a really cool space, one in which they'll let me speak. So, because I will light people up with interesting stuff. And this is when you get the best Twitter spaces at night. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, I'm going to just read them to you. And this actually is a really good thing for you to know. I'm going to read you each Twitter space and tell you what it's about. sometimes you can tell by the descriptions, but sometimes you can't. So this is the never-ending space, colorful laser arrays in greenhouse. So this is a big space. It has 5,500 people listening. That's a huge space.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
500, did you say 500,000?
5,000.
Oh, okay, that's still a lot.
It's still a lot. Yeah. So what is this?
I just have to use that.
Sure, go for it.
I've been hearing that fire alarm thing since I can remember.
It's imprinted. That's his signature right there. Baby was fire alarm.
Excellent. Okay. So I will send you another link. And this is Entertain Me 226. What you up to? I don't know if this one's going to let me speak. This is a pretty big space. And usually you have to have like, oh wait, no, it's not. It's not that big of a space. Usually you have to have some cred, meaning like some followers.
Yeah.
Ducky. Oh, I know what I was thinking. Okay. You know what you should do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, firstly, we're going to get you a job in tech. So I know you're going to complete your degree in psychology, but then you're going to get a job in tech. But really what you need to do, and I know you're going to be like, Rabbi, I don't want to do it because of X, Y, and Z. And really, I don't give a flying fuck what X, Y, and Z are. In the future, you're going to need a way to provide for yourself and your family, perhaps. And the way that you're going to want to do that is a content creator. And I'm not saying like an OnlyFans creator. I'm saying like a YouTuber. And what does that mean? You just one step at a time, but basically you create a YouTube account.
Wait, you don't have to do all that. If you want me to do you a favor, I can do that. You don't have to persuade me into doing me to do you a favor right now. Are you trying to give me advice?
No, I'm trying to give you advice. I'm saying that YouTubers in the future are going to be like millionaires and billionaires. They're going to be very, very wealthy. The more data you put out there.
But I can't do that. Like, but if you need to didn't even do you a favor?
No,
Oh,
no,
you're
not
just
at all.
trying to give me advice?
Yeah, I'm saying that basically you have, you're like, what up 2FA method? How are you, baby? You're in your early 20s, basically. You have a lot of time to be able to create content. I was just talking to someone today and they're like, wow, can you imagine the people, if you're in your early 20s, they were saying this to me. If you're in your early 20s and you start a YouTube account up now, you get to monetize that. Once it's monetized, you get revenue from that for the rest of your life. It's basically free money. And so if you do it earlier in your life than later, then you have more time for that to just generate money for you and make you wealthy. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, what is it that I can do that's of interest to people? We can find that. Frankly, for someone like you, if you're a girl, anything arts or cooking is very, very popular. So if you have any kind of interest in anything like that, we could find it. But what I'm just saying to you is, in general, if you realize it, if you get a video or two that gets popular, I'm not talking viral, just popular, it'll be an extra $150 to $300 in your bank account every month. And that doesn't hurt. You are an introvert. And so that's really hard. That's the last thing in the world that you would ever want to do. And I understand that. I'm just saying that you can make a lot of money doing it.
I mean, it's not even that. It's more that, like, I feel like you should be a YouTuber. Like, you're so.
I am a YouTuber. I'm the most quintessential YouTuber there is.
You bring it. Okay?
I do bring it. Thank you, girl. Well, here's the thing. I'm just planting a seed. And so 6 months may go by or a year may go by, but you'll realize that, wow, I wouldn't mind having an extra $400, $500 just from doing nothing. It's passive income. You got to keep your clothes on and you got to learn something about it. So I think those are all really positive. Now, with that, I'm going to send you this link and we're going to see if they're going to let me speak. And I don't know if they will. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Here's the thing. They're not going to let me in it. What were you saying?
Is the 2FA method, is that a lady?
Yeah, how'd you know?
I love them.
You love them? Wow, really?
Yeah, they're cute. Ladies.
You're pretty into the blockchain, if you know what a milady is. You say you're not into any of this stuff, and yet when I look in the SPX chat, you're like always typing over there. And so, like, here's, oh, that's what it is. I know. Aren't you the one I talked to about this? No, dude. Oh my God, that's what it is. Notice in all of these chats, what do they all have in common? All the cryptocurrency ones. What do they all have in common?
They all say good morning.
Sure, there's that. They're like 95% men. 99% men. Right. Yeah, you could make huge money. Now I remember. You could make huge money with the cryptocurrency channel. And I mean that. Oh my God, you make so much money. Yes. So here's what you do. You just create a vlog. Hey, this is my journey into cryptocurrency. And then just every day you make like a 10-minute video about what you learned in cryptocurrency. So like today's would be like, well, I went on Twitter Spaces. I learned about a new coin. It's known as XYZ. I went to some events on Telegram. I went to an event on Twitter Spaces. And that's it. It was just a normal day in cryptocurrency. That's it. Really short, really simple, 10 minutes. You do one of those every single day. After a year, you have 365 videos that will get monetized big time because they're an attractive girl in cryptocurrency. you will get.
Why would they get monetized though? Like, don't you have to work to have them be?
No, it's very easy. You can have them monetized for $120. So how do you do that? You have to have.
God, I wish you were in my life. Like, I wish you were in. You know what I mean?
Yes,
You're like a car salesman. You.
I am. Well, I'm
Look at
close.
that smile. Look at that smile.
I'm as close to what you're going to get to one as of right now. So you're exactly right, 100,000% right. And all you have to do is have. They changed the numbers, but usually it's like 1,000 followers, but they might change it to 10,000 followers. So it's maybe a little bit more, but you have to have a certain number of followers, and you can buy them all. And you can buy them on a bunch of different platforms for like $120. I stand by that. I bought mine for 100. So I bought mine for 100, you can buy them for $120. And then what do you need? You have to have two things that are really hard. One is the amount of followers. You need like between 1,000 and 10,000 followers, but you can buy that for $120. Then you can also buy with the same package, the same $120 package. You have to buy like 4,000 watch hours. What is a watch hour? That's an hour of a streamer watching your content. So that's really hard to get actually, because that means people have to watch you for 4,000 hours. No one's going to do that. Even if you have 365 videos, that still takes a long time. Like it would take you a long time. You want to get monetized before then. So that's included in the package. They will use bots and just watch all your streams, and you'll get, within a month, you'll get the amount of viewers you need and the amount of watch time you need. The only other things that you have to do to get monetized, you need to do 2-factor authentication with your account, which means you just have to link your phone and like a password and like your email, but like not a huge deal. And then the final thing that you have to do, I think your account has to be like 30 days old or something. There's something, 90 days old. Oh, no, I remember what it was. Your account can't have any strikes against it for the last 90 days or something, which yours wouldn't. So basically what I'm telling you is that all of that is something that you can afford. I'm not saying you have to afford it tomorrow, because you don't have to do it tomorrow. What you have to do, the first step is creating a YouTube account. And so what would you do? Honestly, you would come up with a really good name, and I'll teach you how to do that. In fact, we could just do it now. Fuck this Twitter space. We're going to find something really cool that works on everything. And I've done this with a lot of people and seen some people get really successful in everything from like the rodeo to SEO, search engine optimization. So there is a website called Is It Available? Or something like that. I feel like
Hey, Rabbi, within his sidetrack, didn't you want to talk in his space?
yeah, I just said that they didn't want to I sent you the link, but then I requested to talk in the space and they didn't accept my request. So I'm kind of like, well, fuck them.
Oh, I see.
I'll find another one in the meantime. But what I wanted you to know is that there's a website called Namecheck, and it's perfect for someone like you. You're like, look, I don't want to do this. I know I'm planting the seed. You're going to be really wealthy. You'll be really wealthy for multiple reasons, but you're going to be able to help.
People told me I'm gonna be really wealthy. I don't believe them because it's too good to be true. So that's not a good pitch.
Well, okay. Chances are you're going to be poor as fuck for the rest of your life. But there's a chance that you can get wealthy. And if you will, it'll be through one of two ways. Likely, it won't be working in any job. It will be either through being a creator or through cryptocurrency. And why not combine them? Okay, so here's the thing. Do you really like ducks?
Not in particular.
No,
Are
you
you
don't.
asking because of my name?
Why else do you think I'd ask you that? Yeah, Ducky. You're on Ducky,
Alright.
everything.
I picked it because it rolls off the tongue well, and honestly, people tend to like. I don't know. It's like I picked this name and they say it. People look at it and they notice it more weird than any of the other names I picked.
Okay.
No, I don't care about ducks. They're fine.
Okay.
No, I'm
Is there anything that you really like? Like, what is something you really like?
Oh, for a name? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, like an animal. Give me an animal.
Oh, well,
You like ducks?
yeah, I mean, I'll go with duck.
Okay, let's check it out.
Stick with that one.
Yeah, ducks are good.
It's
Yeah,
gonna have like an E at the end.
it's got to have an E at the end or a Y.
Yeah, it's disarming.
Does it have to have an E or a Y?
Oh,
Right. Just like it's.
I just meant the
Yeah.
sound.
Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're checking 30 different domains right now. I actually did the thing incorrectly. We want usernames.
Wait, Rabbi, I have my questions. for
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Go for it.
You're very like fast-paced. You're a fast-paced person.
I am.
Yeah, I really would like that.
Yeah, I don't like bullshit. I don't have time for it. Life is short,
It is.
so let's get it done. I hate excuses, even though I make them just like everyone else does. I embrace solutions. I despise excuses.
How did you like? How did you get where you are?
It's a great question. How did any of us get where we are? I would say through.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
You talk to your family,
Oh yeah, definitely.
really?
Often, yeah.
Are your mom and dad alive?
Yeah, thank God.
Do you have like relationships with them?
Very good.
Do you practice your Jewish religion?
I do. Now, when we're looking for Crypto Ducky, because that's a really good name for a channel, it's not available on Facebook, but it is on YouTube. But here's the thing: we want you to have it everywhere. So Crypto Ducky doesn't work. What if we do? What if we do Doctor Crypto Ducky?
What if you did like cryptoid? Cryptoid?
No.
Ducky?
What's a
No.
what's a cryptoid?
I don't know.
A cryptoid is a creature that is like a hybrid or a crypto. You don't want to be that. You want it to be cryptocurrency. Oh, we could do blockchain. That's good too. Blockchain. Do you know what blockchain is?
But I guess like most people think like that. So
What?
You're probably right.
What do you mean?
I said, well, I was thinking like it's not very creative, like blockchain ducky, but at the same time, most people probably think that way. So
We're just going with the way people think. That's all. Okay, blockchain
you
ducky.
intrigue me.
Excellent. You are not the first woman to tell me that. All right. In fact, all women tell me. They tell me you are so interesting. All right, blockchain ducky. We're checking for you.
I do not believe a thing you say.
Don't
Don't. Thank you.
learn it for yourself. I'm telling the truth. All right. If you could be blockchain ducky, would you? It's
Sure.
anonymous, meaning it doesn't use your name. And I think it's a good name. Now, it's not available on Facebook, so we want you to have it on or on it's not available on Instagram either. So let's make you something better than you are. Not that you can't, like you can be this in the future. If we make you doctor, or we could just say crypto Dr. Ducky. I don't know. Let's see here. Crypto Super Ducky. No one's going to have that. And it's really good. Why? Why is it good?
Is it taken out of your mind?
No, it's just you can use CSD as initials for the reason why I thought it would be really good is I didn't think anybody would have it. No, if you can think of something better, please. But you're right. I am very overconfident and cocky sometimes, and I think that my stuff is really good.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
No, you're good. So interesting. I don't know if this is true, but it says it's not available in some things. At least one. Oh, crypto super ducky. Okay, so crypto. Let's look up quantum ducky. That's a cool name. I'm sure that it's probably taken on a bunch of things. Okay, so if you're wondering, why are you checking this, Rabbi? Once we get one of these that has some availability, you take it and you spend one day and you get on your phone and you download all of these apps, or you get on your computer and you just go and you register for them all. That's a whole year's worth of work, basically. If you do that, you have solidified yourself, because then you can link them all together. They become very powerful. You post to one, you post to them all, and you'll start to monetize it. So let's try crypto. Crypto.
It's like, I appreciate your flavor.
You're never gonna do this, ever. That's okay. I want you to know that how to do it, basically, if you ever wanted to do it. And
You're really being nice to me about it with your heart. I appreciate it.
I understand. It's a huge opportunity. Okay, so we'll move on. I just actually want to find one of these names that is available on everything.
You can take my name.
No, I'm taking it. I'm gonna start my own Ducky channel. Name something. Okay. How about this one?
Yeah.
Now, I can tell you before I started a YouTube channel why I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be a public person. Why don't you want to do it?
You didn't want to do it. Alright, I'll tell you. I honestly, I don't think I have the personality to do it.
Yeah, everybody thinks that.
I think a lot of my opinions can be off-putting to people.
These would just be
But you just don't know anything about crypto.
exactly that's it. Do you know what a vlog is? It's a video blog.
Yeah, a vlog, yeah.
That's all it is.
Right, but the thing is, like, when it comes to, like, crypto stuff, I mean, yeah, I guess I can, like, learn about it in terms of, like, how you're saying, like, how you try to just, like, roll with it, but when you find something out, people will watch it if they're tools, but, like, I don't know, I feel like you're supposed to have your heart and stuff. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that. Tell me if I am.
No, you
Is
are.
it not the way?
No, you are. Your heart's not in it. That's why. And you're really honest about it. That's a beautiful thing. What I'm making you aware of is this. You got to think to yourself, if I were to, well, there are a lot of ways for you to make an honest living, but it's going to be an uphill battle. I kind of want to give you the shortcuts. And two of the shortcuts are crypto, which you're in, and that's really good. And then the other one is being a
But the
content
thing is,
creator.
I'm not.
You will be. That's the thing. People will give it to you. Do exactly what you're doing right now. And I'm telling you, guys who have a lot of money will give it to you just for being a girl. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to send them anything.
Every guy says that. It doesn't happen. Every guy says that they assume just as if you're a woman that they'll give you stuff, but they don't. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't happen.
You
Tell me.
okay? That if you really want it to happen to you, it can. You probably don't want it to happen to you this way, but the way that you can have it done is you interact with people on Twitter Spaces a lot, in crypto spaces. The fact that
Like pathetic people?
No, just accomplished people who have successful coins and want to give you money. Oh, here.
I don't respect people like that.
Hold on. I got into this coin. I sent you the link. They're gonna let me talk.
Okay, I'm down here.
I sent you the link. Did you get it?
No. Wait, did you send it to me on?
I sent it to you on Twitter. Yeah, I sent it on Twitter. It's like Mish Tutu ship.
Yeah.
Now they're probably gonna cut me off, but we'll see what happens. Did you get it?
The entertaining one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to entertain this girl. You ready?
Yeah.
She's gonna shoot me down, but we'll see.
Arguing with one of the co-hosts about inviting people up that I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I don't want to sus and know how to describe them without
Co-host of this space is down bad. He sure as fuck is. Wait. Jack, hold on. I want to ask you. It's on the tip of my head, bro. I know.
Ducky, you already know someone in this chat? This guy goes, dude, you gotta let my girl Ducky up. Dude, you're well known in the community. You have to understand, crypto Twitter isn't that big. No, I'm telling you, you know 24 people on Twitter, and this guy's one of them. Dude, he knows you. No, he said, you gotta let my girl Ducky up. And then they're like, well, we don't know if we don't. What'd you say? Go ahead. Okay. Well, are you in this chat?
Yes, do you think I should speak?
No. Unless you want to.
No.
I think they're gonna be really mean to me. They usually are, and they kick me out. But we'll see.
What should I do?
Then you leave if
You
I
got
do.
me.
You just stay there. You're fine.
Hey,
I'm just gonna entertain this woman.
Eric, you're cool, okay?
I'm cool as fuck, girl.
Rabbi, you listen to me. You're better than all of these people.
Without a doubt.
I'm pointing my finger
Combined.
at you, but you can't see it.
I can sense it. Bring it, girl.
Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for the opportunity. I want you to know I really appreciate you hosting the space. And once we have the other people who have had the opportunity to entertain you, I would love the same opportunity. Thank you. Oh, excellent. Well, I'd love to tell you a little bit about my journey. I've been streaming my life live on YouTube now for more than 3 years. You're live right now on 34 different platforms, including YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. You're huge. And additionally, I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. That's correct. There's some people in my community who are watching alongside me. See, told you they're gonna remove me.
All the YouTube watchers, Big Money J, he's single.
Oh my god, they're fucking eyes are in a twist right now.
But if you are watching out there, on the 38 platforms, I just was a lot of minute, stuff like on Ethereum, you know what I mean? I wish I knew how to say it in Russian. Maybe on Nancy Jr., 140, 5%, higher than draft nets. Get at me.
They're still talking.
I got good weed. If you're ever in Vegas, get at me.
Okay, guys.
It's really cool.
Stop it. It's like a sound
Hey, Miss Tutu, I've got some other things with which to entertain you. Some of the topics that we discuss are futurology. Are you familiar with futurology? Okay, absolutely. So that's a study of the future. Basically, mind uploading technology, anti-gravity, antimatter, time travel, invisibility cloaks, the idea of digital immortality through mind uploading technology and life extension technology, cryogenics. The idea of digital immortality is not that far away, and we're already experimenting with that. It's the idea of uploading your mind after mapping it into a computer for later download into a cyborg and cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want. And basically, we are a generation or two away from making those decisions. And I think it's a very exciting time to be alive.
I appreciate you sharing that. I'm not rap. I mean, rap one. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'm just gonna call you not rap just because that's.
You're good. That's absolutely fine. Hey, do you know why I'm called this? I had 2,100 Rabbi Rothschild accounts that I used to follow people on Twitter for like 6 months. And now if I type in Rabbi Rothschild as a name, it automatically gets suspended. So to avoid the suspension, I have to come in as not Rabbi.
I don't know if the hands on questions for you. Not random. I appreciate you sharing whatever you shared with us. Thank you for having us on your Twitter live and the 30 other platforms.
We're getting booted.
I'm kindly going to reject this topic.
We're getting booted.
Because I'm not interested.
How aren't you interested in life extension technology?
But I'm gonna go to the hands and then we can move on and then we can roll commence on this.
Shout out to Rabbi and a lot of people that's watching. You know, me personally as an entertainer, I don't know how I'm being on live TV. I don't know what y'all streaming on, just the news and whatnot. But yeah, tell the boys go ahead and follow me. Look, I ain't really Jim Carrey, just like my cousin. So y'all could really come find out if you want to. But I don't know what y'all talking about the future and all this cloning stuff. Yeah, I've seen a couple robots. Look, when I die, just let me be dead. Let me go. Don't try to take my brain out of my body and put it into something else. Because if you do that, I'm gonna take over the world. And I'm coming back. Yeah, I'm coming back with a straight vengeance. I'm leaving the good side in the grave. I'm gonna be a straight villain. Because I ain't even want to be here the first time. You're like, you're gonna make me come back twice. Nah, because that means you gotta pay bills again. I done paid double the rent. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nah. Yeah, I passed from the cloning.
Absolutely, Mojo Ghost. I think we all understand that and we all respect that. And basically, there are some people who are on this earth who didn't ask to be here. And when they leave this earth, they don't want to come back. There are some other people, perhaps, who may want to experiment with these types of technologies to perhaps come back at another time. I think that's respectable as well. And these are the types of discussions that are happening in society. I appreciate your feedback. Excellent. Yes, absolutely. You could. The idea is if you give humans a long enough period of time, any challenge can be overcome. Nothing is impossible. So that would be a type of mind uploading of an organism into another organism for later download. So we're not quite there, obviously, but that is something that I definitely think is achievable within the next century.
How did you sign up for space?
Great question. I just was going through the Twitter Spaces and I saw Entertain Me, what you up to, and it seemed like an open forum, and I wanted to see who was in here and if they were interested.
I am absolutely interested. I love you, Rabbi Rothschild. All things informative. Listen, I want to get reprogrammed into a cybernetic wars. Listen, this is real. My only question is just get me used back because I'm going to come back like a Terminator and will be a human. Feel fucked up. Don't you're going to you'll have a metal penis. I will share with you anything. All your YouTube links. I'm definitely interested to learn more. Also, I want to know if you ever eaten any LSD or mushrooms.
Hell yeah, both. I love both. They're amazing.
My fuck, if I just had been on drugs the whole time, this team, I fucking knew that.
Listen, okay?
Fucking lace my
We
nose.
are not talking drugs. We're not talking games. We're not talking, thank you, whoever did that. We're not, no politics. Alright, we want to be loving, fun, have a nice time. It's not, no abuse, it's none of that shit, okay? We're not
Can I
doing
just
that.
tell my real
We're not doing that here.
Not even freaked in. I think anyone complaining, I come back on.
Duck, can you hear me?
Rabbi, she kicked my man account, bro. Just add my man account.
I already sent you the link, my friend.
There you go.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Physical will come back to us.
Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. I know you can hear me. I'm surprised they haven't kicked me out yet.
We're gonna go to the hands and then we'll come at some.
Alright.
We gotta make the ad now. I just have a show like this. I just want to say one thing real quick, bro. I just took baby up for hey, but exactly if your head is chill.
Do you have both your accounts in here?
So not Rabbi, so I appreciate you
Wait, hold on,
being
hold on.
polite.
Alright, I can hear you now.
That's not something that's kind of common. When we let people.
They're saying I'm polite. They're saying I'm polite.
Some of us agree with you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Some of us don't, but
Yes, you
overall,
are. You're speaking golden child.
Thank you, sweetie.
Okay. Maybe I should just like join on like that.
Thank you so much for the high praise.
Anytime, huh? I'm tired of calling them lazy. Alright, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm going for you, bro. I'm believing God. I believe in science. So I might be the one that you need. You know what I mean? We can get this done just like the deal not to leave it. And we can really start with some. We can really change this world. You know what I mean? But what I really need from you is I need to be able to talk to my dogs. Because I really know. I know my little one talks like a beaner, but he hella booty. And my big one, he's he might be either dyslexic or have Down syndrome, or he's just very, very slow. But he's so funny, just because his face looks like he's wearing a Halloween mask. So they all got their ups and downs, right? But real parents, they don't tell their kids that shit. But you know me, like I said, I believe in science. So I'm the one for you. None of them said this shit. You know what I mean?
I'm for science as well. Believe it or not, the term rabbi, it just means teacher. And I bet we can agree on this, that we both believe energy is like the force that keeps us all together. Many times when people talk about God, they mean energy. You do.
It's not my place because I'm not here to disrespect anyone. Listen, I'll just be like joking, but some people like that take it for shit. So that's like, you think puppies talk because this dog, yeah, well, they like, I feel like they just like kind of like grab
Oh my god, I found this.
Like he just couldn't get it out, but he got some out. You know what I mean? Like that. Like that's how this bitch would have fucking.
You just reminded me of lyrics that I should have put out there. Now that if you would like to do the singing part.
You know what I caught it.
You totally did.
I had the opportunity to ask ChatGPT about telepathic communication with animals, and so the idea of being able to communicate with your animals is not necessarily that far off either. Telepathic communication with animals may be possible through advances in brain-computer interfaces. Basically, we've already done this through implanted electrodes in the brains of animals for experimental purposes. These electrodes can detect and record brain activity, opening the door for potential communication. So I want you to know that that may be possible and to keep holding on faith to that.
We lost SMS. Listen, it's my turn whenever I want to talk.
Could you hear me talk about telepathic animal communication?
Transferring someone's conscience
Rabbi, I love
into
you.
a different
Look, we can't hear you.
Yep.
possible. Maybe you can
I think that
Go for it.
an AI to catch all the Guinness so hard. I'm working out. Let me breathe in peace, man. But that'll be, it's gonna be possible to
If you give human ingenuity enough time, nothing is impossible.
And then we can have a karaoke time. Go ahead.
Let's do it. No, he made fun of me. I was just chilling, breathing, and then he made fun of me.
Excellent.
Why is it there?
What up, two-factor method? How are you, baby?
That's right. Yo, dirty minds. You got dirty minds, guys. That mind gotta be good or
Got our first on the together or the coolers.
I'm thirsty.
Coolers. Alright, okay, it's my turn to come up. This is my time. I've been practicing for about 3 weeks. You know what?
Are you playing? Yeah, music.
Are they a first one?
Yeah.
That was
Different than this one. This one is like
Go ahead, Challenge.
she hosts spaces basically for NFTs and crypto.
You know, Rabbi Rothschild, I think you are on something big. And not only that, but I look forward to hearing more from you. And hopefully we can get a space one day and we can just, go through this because I know Miss D isn't entertained with this stuff, but I really like your train of thought. And I think there's a lot to talk about in a future space. Miss Gina.
Damn, this guy's really nice.
Miss Gina.
Yeah, I are pretty hard.
that time, you know. And I have to come back on my cousin. So it's all right.
All right, Becky. You want to go to another space?
Don't even talk about. Well, me, look at my stocks. That means I'm down.
Yeah.
So whatever
All
you
right.
guys want
We're bouncing from that one. We're going to another. Do you see how hard it? Do you see how hard it is though? Like people are like at first they want to hate me for so many reasons. They want to hate me because my name. They want to hate me because
Because your name goes off the tongue.
yeah, exactly,
Rabbi
absolutely,
Rothschild.
absolutely. And they want to hate me because I don't have a lot of followers. They want to hate me because I'm streaming them. They want to hate. I mean, like there are so many reasons. But notice, I didn't get kicked out of that one, even though that woman said she was going to kick me out like 4 times. She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm doing this respectfully for you and all the people on your channel. We're going to go to hands, though. And all the people had questions for me, and they were all really positive.
These people, they love it. They want to think that they're being extreme to like hundreds of people.
Exactly.
They don't even look at your be like that. No, like they want that.
And I say we. I'm like, oh, we. They're like, who's we? I'm like, oh, I have a whole community. It's Ducky and two-factor.
You're evil. I love it.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Uh,
Look, people do it. No, but all they ever do is on your hand. He's like, oh, okay, it's like your first time meeting people.
Exactly.
But they go with it. They love it.
Exactly.
Oh my God, it's pathetic.
Love it. All right. Next, the Gardens community space. I don't know what this is. The garden.
Honestly, you're a compelling person, like no matter what, no matter how many followers you have, like you're a compelling person.
I appreciate
You
it.
have to talk about what the fuck are they talking about?
Exactly. Like entertain me. What are you, a queen? All right. The next one is called the Gardens community space. I'm going to send you the link. Now I don't know. Now you have to understand.
Yeah.
You have to understand. Like a lot of times they, like you see, they're really mean to me or they don't want to talk to me, and so.
I think it's basically like, you're not, it's like anyone, I mean, it's all the things that you said previously, but also like with back up, like you're not like rude.
Right.
Can you send it to like my main channel?
Which one's
that
that?
has like the corpse girl.
Yep.
That one.
Why are you corpse girl F?
Corpse girl, yes. Okay.
Why are you corpse girl F?
I made it up on the phone. I should probably teach it.
So you just chose F?
Like girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Corpse girlfriend.
It's
Do you want to like marry a dead body or something, or just date it? Actually, that's true. It wasn't corpse wife. It was corpse girlfriend. So girl.
Yeah, you're right. Wrong. No, it was just like I should properly change it.
No, you're good. You're absolutely good. All right. So this is the Gardens community space. We'll see if they let me talk.
I like it. And get some friendly action.
Oh, I see you now. So I don't know what the Gardens is. Welcome to the Gardens. It's like I think it's an NFT. But see, a lot of times I can go to the NFTs and I have such a big platform, or they think that I can just be like, tell me about your project. And they're like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. I'm on YouTube. Blah, 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 blah. Like, so many people are watching you right now. Sorry. Like I've always said this. If I only had as many viewers as I had streams, I'd be world famous right now.
I know.
One day, girl. Well, I can tell it's growing. With every day, we get more people, we do more things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And nonetheless, like it's fun. This is fun. I love watching you.
Thank you. this person isn't. They're gonna close their space. So I don't know if the. But I know that's what happens.
Why? We just come in a bad time and good luck.
No. It's just they're just ending it for whatever reason. Probably close to the top of the hour.
I bet if you start talking, you'll be like,
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll keep it going. Trust me.
yeah.
But they don't know who I am. If they knew who I was, I would be game over. Two-factor A method.
I don't have to.
How are you, baby? I know. Two-factor A method. Did you hear me talking to them about animal telepathy?
Minorly, it's a little bit hard.
I understand. Who the hell has a written document on animal telepathy just available on their computer that they? I did. It's right there. It's the other screen. It's what we're. And I'm like, what in the hell are the odds that this guy's talking about his dog talking to his dog someday? And I have 50 different points about it, and they want to hear none of them. But I'm like, hey, if you want to talk to your dog, this is how it works.
It's weird. I don't know. I don't understand people.
I don't know.
But yeah. No, it is pretty. I think, and they're playing a song.
Closing time by the verb. Okay.
We've had another one. Not quite a bad one.
Oh no.
Like this girl here, small lady. Hey, look, you can come. To a method.
We're just.
I'm not even into crypto.
Yeah, right. You're not into crypto. Can I tell you something? I say the same thing.
Yes.
And I'm wearing a crypto shirt, and I'm like, I'm not into
We
crypto.
say that you're not into crypto?
Yeah, all the time.
But you are, right?
No, I mean I have crypto,
No,
but
you
no, I have
you
crypto.
have it, but you're not like that.
Not like some people, but then, like, here's what I consider someone who's really into it. Someone who travels all over the world to all these conferences and stuff. And
Yeah, like BCC.
exactly,
Do you know them?
I know of those kinds of people. But what they're saying is, oh, that's not really into crypto. What's really into crypto is streaming your life 24/7 in a cryptocurrency telegram wearing cryptocurrency gear. That's really into crypto. So it's kind of however you look at it. When we're probably both much more into crypto than we really know. We just don't know. You don't know how into it you are. Like you're over here like, I'm not into crypto. You're into crypto more than 98% of all people. And definitely like 99.9% of all women. All right. Let's find a good opportunity. What up, two-factor method? TTE. All right. We've got. Do you know what ordinals are? You know what ordinals are? Ordinals? It's a word you're going to see often. Ordinals. And it means. Ordinals are means of creating Bitcoin NFTs by attaching data such as images, videos, and more to an individual Satoshi on the base Bitcoin blockchain. Unlike their predecessors. No. I know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't. No. Let me be honest with you. I don't think you're a dumbass. You're asking the exact right questions. Most people don't know what that is, and I'm going to have to translate it myself to understand what it is. So you're 100% right. Okay, so ordinals, a Satoshi is a means of currency, to my knowledge. Basically, it's like a different kind of Bitcoin. There you go. Unlike their predecessors, ordinal NFTs don't exist on a separate layer from Bitcoin. Okay. So they are basically a way of tying data to some kind of NFT. Now, if we want to get into one of these, the Future Gamer with Body Temple. What is this? This seems like a good one, but I don't think I can get in it. And the reason why I say that, if it has like hundreds of people in it, the less and less opportunity I'm gonna get with this crappy account. I need. Oh, exactly. I debated this one guy. Listen to this person and tell me he does not sound like Elon Musk. Listen to him.
Okay.
One moment. I'll tell you.
But there is a book called Atomic Habits.
He's not talking yet. He will.
Yet, but I believe there are a bunch of small, kind of nuanced life adjustments that make it easy to form habits. Yeah, I might check that book out. Although I have a pile of books to read, and I've been bad. This is another thing I've been bad at, is getting to some of these books. And I got some Michael Shermer books. I don't know if you know who he is, but I'm quite interested in this topic. He's talking about, like, why people form certain beliefs. So I want to check that out. He sent me a couple of copies. So I need to read those, and then lately I've met a lot of people with books, so I've gotten different copies of kind of interesting books. One somebody gave me recently is that he wrote is about like really interesting, unusual places in the world. So I want to read that one too. And there's a few on my my general reading list that I've just been meaning to check out. I also have Gad Sad's book from years ago, not years ago, but I bought it like a while ago, started reading it, and then stopped. And this happens a lot for me with books, especially nonfiction. And it wasn't anything to do with this book being bad. I was enjoying it, but yeah, I need to come back and finish. I find with fiction I get more hooked. Nonfiction I read more slowly because I like to really reflect on things as I'm reading it. So, but then what happens is I'll get really busy with something and sidetrack and find it more difficult to go back. My attention span, like what we were talking about, has gotten, and unfortunately, horrific. I used to be, when I was younger, I'd just be in a zone. I could work for 8-9 hours straight, not notice, not eat, not drink, not notice. And I was very, very productive, and I did a lot of really cool things because I was productive with my time. And then
Cool story, bro. Get to the ending.
Partially, I think I also had a little bit of an overload in university of just data coming in, which made my memory worse, and also my concentration just worsened.
He even had an article written about him. One time he talked with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was taken aback by how similar they sounded.
It's just such a difficult time these days. So I have a suggestion there.
Anyway, I don't know if he's going to talk. I debated him publicly. I represented the hydrogen car, and he represented the electric car, and I whooped his ass. I just want everybody on that to know that. Oh, it was a thing of beauty. All right.
And I'm sure it was
Oh, definitely. All right.
Was it recorded?
On 5 different recordings, girl. And more than
Exactly.
that. More than that. Boy, you are up and at 'em. Isn't it late where you are? I'm glad you are.
It's good. It's good. No, it's late, but it's late. Yeah, because I'm not drunk. Like, I was still drunk.
You're energized. That's okay.
No, it's not.
This is the first night we've had where we didn't talk in like a huge group, where we were just chilling.
Yeah, that's also true. That is true. I very much like every time that I have a you're such a conversationalist.
And here I am trying to get you to start your own YouTube channel, and we're not even talking about good stuff.
Well, I hope it's just business and it's okay.
You were very absolutely. We've been down there.
Mom,
You know what to do. You know what to do. That's what matters to me.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Because you're right, I do have an opportunity, and I might regret this in 20 years. I'm considering that.
Just think about it. That's all I'm saying.
You're like, yes, I'm ahead. Yes. I know. They're like, oh, crap, I like it. Well, no, honestly, you're a better person than I am, okay?
Oh,
If you grew up when I grew up, you would probably do. But I'm just kind of depressed, like, to be frank, like, I don't know, I gotta like, I need people around me that will know things. You seem like you will know things. How about you?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Resilience?
Absolutely. Resilience, fortitude, you have to have it.
Your mind is so like, you seem like you have a strong mind, though.
I'm difficult to break, I can
But
tell you
you
that.
answer me this.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Do you do drugs?
All of them, as many as I can, as often as I can. I like to expand my mind as best I can. So like
Yeah, but like
LSD,
can you
psilocybin.
too much elaborate? What?
No, LSD, psilocybin, basically anything psychedelic expands my brain and allows me to understand the world from different perspectives.
That's fine. I was thinking more like you like
Benzos? No, nothing
Do
like
you
that.
like
No,
what about like speed?
no. I mean, I've been prescribed ADHD medications in the past, which qualify under those, but no. Go ahead. Yeah. Prescribed by a doctor. So you're supposed to do if it's prescribed by a doctor.
Wait, no, that's okay. So like, yeah.
Yeah, only prescribed by a doctor, not illegally.
Okay. All right, interesting. Do you smoke weed?
I haven't smoked weed in I can't remember how long, perhaps ever.
I know, right? I don't smoke weed anymore either. Do you still? Are you dreaming currently?
Yeah, but not as well as I have in like, and I don't. I think it's just I'm not completely comfortable with where I am yet. It'll take maybe a month to like really settle in, but I just somewhat like still, yeah, exactly, still feel a little off. And then I've been sleeping with the light on, and the reason why I sleep with the light on is so that people can see me at night, so that it just doesn't look like a dark. Well, I have a sleep mask, so I can't really tell the difference.
Right.
Do you?
Yeah.
I know. I know this is going to sound strange, but it is a trait of hot girls to wear sleep masks. I don't know what it is, but it has been through history. Oh, did I? It's just like something through history. I think it. Well, there's something. Yeah, but even well, on top of that, you're absolutely right. And someone who focuses on that perhaps will look more refreshed and more attractive. And then the other thing about it is too, if you have a sleep mask, that means you're quite comfortable where you're living. You're not a nomad. You're not worried about being killed on the run. You generally have a house and you're comfortable. So usually those people are going to be.
My door's not locked.
There you go. Right.
I appreciate it.
Definitely. All right.
You're very perceptive.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. We were in the middle of Twitter.
Finding another space
Exactly.
to rise.
And here's the interesting thing. You have an iOS device, right? Okay. Oh, dude, we got somebody's name I can't pronounce. What up, Aptem Horvatov? Oh, Thailand. Fuck it. Dude, what up, Thailand? How you doing, baby? Ducky, what's your favorite television show?
Well, right now I'm going to say Russian doll.
I've heard that's very good.
You've
Okay.
seen it?
I think I've seen a couple episodes, like a long time ago. The first season, like maybe 6 years ago.
It's so good. You should watch it. It's like this girl. She talks about like Rothschild and everything like that. How it enters into real life. And, like, basically, the whole point of the show is to like mess with things. But that's really wrapped it up. Gotta watch it.
May. All right.
Oh, he's left.
That's what happens.
Alright.
Ooh, this one's good. Silicon AI models, architecture startup. Okay, I'm gonna send you a link to this one.
Place even cool. You know, like is it like a team of people who are kind of like coordinating design or whatever? Like all of those concepts still exist, and so it's not like a huge paradigm.
Rabbi, I feel like we're like a team right now.
Like for what?
I feel like we're like a team right now.
We are.
Except I'm not doing it.
No, we are. You are following me.
I'm like moral support over here.
That's what I need sometimes. That's more than anything. They say behind every good man is a good woman. I need much moral support as possible.
Are you kidding me? You're perfect. Like, don't even worry about it. You're literally like I said, you're like a golden child. Don't worry. Alright, so we're gonna join the Silicon AI models architecture startup.
You got it.
Alright.
I'm gonna jump off here.
We're gonna see what they're gonna say.
About 1 to 2 sentences.
Alright.
There's actually a bunch of people with their hand up, but I believe you. I'll give Rob my time. Rob. Okay, we're doing it here. I'm about to jump off. You had called on me earlier, but we never got back. The reason that I think that
I love you.
job.
Look, they know you right away.
No, they didn't. No, they're saying Rob, not Rabbi.
Oh.
I thought the same thing. It was like, damn, 2 for 2.
I was like, damn, like your name and then you get it. I think there's something, but they'll notice it.
They're gonna notice it.
Thanks, Rob. Really good to hear it like a fellow, guy.
Fun experiment, so.
Not just these AI guys, which I love everybody, but it's been fun to hear you talk. So thanks. No big deal. I don't know but
Call on me.
I'm really serious about the 2 sentence thing, but sorry.
I think it was
Okay, go ahead. Well,
Can you see me sending,
2 sentences.
like waving to you?
It's not just expertise. It's also programming style too. So that
Ducky.
matter a lot. People forget
Right,
that
right,
writing
yeah.
software is a lot like writing a letter.
Can you see me waving to you?
Style matters. Readability.
Yeah.
That's not something that a
Very
large
cool.
language model can just.
Yeah,
So that's also going to take time that people need to consider as well. Having had a software engineering background myself as a systems
I
engineer
really love
as well.
You really love what?
the person that's in here with us. Like, they join like 3 times.
Oh, 2-factor method. I love them too. They're keeping us.
I just wish I could.
Oh, L's here. Dude, L's here. L, can you hear me, L? L, come here.
I know that L has confidence.
Oh, definitely.
Listen to me.
L knows what's up.
Mhm.
L, get on Twitter.
It was literally shot out of like liquid diarrhea the last time I ever I figure out. I can't figure out.
I literally specialize in that messaging.
You specialize in dog diarrhea advice?
No, dog nutrition.
Really?
She does.
Yeah. It's about what he's eating.
Well, it's like weird because she ate her regular dog food, which is like her little beef, and I've never really seen her do that before.
Alright, I mean, she could have eaten straight. Dogs eat a lot of stuff.
true.
she's having diarrhea, then you need to mitigate the diarrhea. If you buy pureed pumpkin, you can get it from your grocery store or a pet store. It's fine either way. That will help. Pumpkin will help.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that before. I tried to offer her pumpkin the other day out of a can. The other day, I had some pumpkin. But I have sweet potato, and I'll probably go to the pet store tomorrow and get some actual
Potato's good too.
different pumpkin. Yeah, she's a real picky eater though. Sometimes she'll eat bananas, sometimes she won't. She doesn't like blueberries.
Banana will make her shit more.
Oh, solid though?
Solid, well, the thing is banana has a lot of fiber in it, so it'll make her shit like milk again. So like don't give that if she's already having diarrhea. It's healthy, but like don't give that if she's having diarrhea. I would say no, you're like on the right track with pumpkin though. Yeah, it'll make her the shit. So what made her have that? Maybe there's also, if you go to the pet store, there might be pumpkin powder that you can get, and that might be a little bit easier to hide in her food. That might help if she actually eats it. I know it's kind of hit or miss, but if you can get it to her in a different form, it might help. Because it will definitely firm up her stool.
Okay, I'll try these little like pumpkin pack thingies that they have at the dog store.
Right.
And I'll see if that works. And I'll try the little powder. I also give her Pycelium husk or something. I don't know if you know what that is. Some of that told me to give that to her because she was like liquidy poop. So then I give her some sweet potato and the Pycelium husk, and then her poops are good. Like 99% of the time. Only like haven't seen her poop like a garden house.
What food do you feed her?
Just big country raw dog food.
Is it raw meat? Or is it grandma made?
I don't know what grandma made is.
Alright, so it sounds like, is it raw meat?
Yeah, it's raw meat with like mixed in vegetables.
That's good. Alright, maybe. Hi. Hello.
Hi guys,
Oh my gosh.
it's me. I'm back.
Oh, Ass Munch. Oh, just what I wanted you to do. Ass Munch. The account that I have in the Bitcoin Ass Vision, can you make that one an admin? Somebody keeps going in there and muting them, and I have to go back in and as an admin and unmuting them.
Yeah, go in there and just make a comment on Bitcoin. Want me to admin?
Sure. It says the admins of this
You know,
account.
just say hi.
I got you. Can I just send you a direct message?
Yeah, just whichever account you want to be admin.
You got it. Damn, they did it to me again. WTF.
Where's that? Oh,
Joe Printing Bags has the same issue. Joe be printing bags.
yeah.
Who the fuck is changing it
I
so
don't
that
know what's going on with
he
today.
can't? Dude, we're saving him. Somebody keeps fucking with him as well. We're fixing it for you, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm here, baby.
You were the only champion.
How are you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. How about you?
Ducky, you missed the trivia.
Not too good. I'm having a lot of issues lately.
What's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Alright, so there's my
Well, I got my laundry. Someone stole $17,000 for it.
Oh, that'll do it. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I've been trying to track them down, and they also stole from this guy named Morgan. He's a drama man. And I've been trying. I think I found his main Twitter page. I know there's like Ed Verified and stuff. I've been trying to get out of the Facebook and just see if he's in the US or somewhere.
Oh, so you did join. Only have you look at these speakers? I was trying to adjust the volume of Rabbi and some other person because you can easily do it in like Telegram, but I was just clicking on people's profile picture and I couldn't adjust the volume. Kind of annoying, but still listened to it and got all the answers wrong.
I don't expect that because the fact that like we're all doing it over the internet, like people like still didn't want to cheat. Like I don't
Literally a day after the website was launched, he's saying how great and wonderful it is. And
Rabbi was
it's not
a phenomenal host. I wonder what other events Rabbi or some other person could throw.
Like, it's so fast, I can figure out who this is.
But trivia is fun.
I'm trying to figure out if anyone knows a hacker or something that at least get their money back, because they didn't just steal 17 from me, because it's a token making website, so they make a token, but when you go to use the liquidity burn, they only burn around 0.1%, and then they steal everyone's money after a certain point. So that's what sucks. And that's not, I just hate that happening to people. Ugh.
I'm so sorry that happened to you, my man.
It's 3 months. It's okay. I mean, it's not right now. Like, you got nothing to stay dormant for 3 months, waiting until I got a large amount, and then boom, you got me.
Wow.
Joe. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for you, bro.
Okay. Ducky, I'm back with you. I just sent a request to the Silicon AI Models Architecture Startup, and they still haven't answered me yet.
Gosh, they don't know what they're missing out.
Oh, Ducky, you're gonna lead the parade one day. I'm gonna have a parade, and you're gonna lead it.
I love you.
I love you too.
You're like so. You're like my perfect little quirky dude. Like I love you. Like if we were oh my god, like if we were in high school together, I feel like you would probably bully me. But like
Yeah, no, totally. I would have been too cool for it, but nevertheless.
No. See, you would be like the cool nerd, and I'm like not the cool nerd, but.
We are looking for a good. I'm looking and I'm not seeing like a perfect one. Like I want somebody to be like, honestly, the best spaces I've ever liked are the ones that just say open mic. And you can just go in and talk about whatever you want. That's the best. Let's see here. Simple and straightforward. Online support desk experience. Let's see here. This never ending space is huge. There's a ton of people. Man. Why is Beyonce claiming her heritage a problem? I'm not sure.
Bitcoin House Vision just invited me to a video chat.
Oh, look out, girl. You be careful there.
Yeah, what is that?
It's a very
Rabbi,
pornographic
you're in that
telegram.
chat.
Oh, I know. I'm in a bunch of chats. I have devices everywhere. I am. I'm omnipresent.
Oh my God. Wait, Rabbi, wait. Can I actually ask you something that's semi-serious?
Sure.
About another chat? Alright, I'm sort of like the messenger for the chat. But like basically, please don't get mad. We love you. We love you so hard. Okay, listen. Alright, so for like the SPX chat, if you're familiar
Yeah.
with that one, so like basically they kind of want you to stop streaming in there because they feel like awkward to talk because you're recording everything.
That's okay.
And I feel like I can talk to you about that because like
Yeah. So,
poor guy.
so do you want me to stop streaming in there?
Well, they kind of want you to stop.
No, not they. I could give a shit about what they want. You.
Oh, I like that.
No, we're streaming in there then. Here's why. There were 3 people who said that, but we have 6 people from their community who like it. So what do you want me to do?
Wait, like who?
Well, that's how we met.
I love you.
Met that coin person. What's his name? Not Metacoin. Hold on. What's his name? Queen. Mammoth Queen. We met Mammoth Queen that way.
Oh my gosh, that guy.
We have met.
I know, but he's not even in there anymore.
I know what happened to him.
He left. I know, but listen, do you remember Anatoly?
Of course, he's obsessed with you.
I know, like, literally, wait, can you like listen? Hopefully he's not like in here or anything, but like, I'm like an alt account. But he's Rabbi. He got mad at me. And he like cut me off.
What do you want me to do? He's a strange bird.
Bro, I don't know. I'm just updating you. What the fuck? What the fuck literally did I do? Like, I didn't do nothing. Ugh.
You're absolutely right.
But anyway, Rabbi, I'm here to tell you as a messenger though.
That's okay.
SPX.
They don't like it. I don't care. I absolutely don't care. Now, if you were like, Rabbi, please leave there. Oh, I'd be gone in a second. But until they tell me themselves.
Alright, well, Rabbi, can you please not stream in the SPX account because it's deterring other people from streaming in there because, like, frankly, they're too goddamn paranoid.
Sure, just for you.
I love you. Oh my god. I feel like I owe you.
Oh, you want me a lot, girl.
Give me your mailbox. I'll send you something.
Nope.
No, maybe don't send me. I mean, it's not safe to steal people your mailbox, but.
You can have my address. It's 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California. What?
What did you just say?
I was giving you my address. What's going on?
You know, Rabbi? Hey, listen to this thing that I heard, okay, right? I heard that men, they tend to not get flowers. Flowers, like a bouquet. The first time they get it tends to be on.
Valentine's Day?
Can you guess when?
Valentine's Day?
On average.
Wait, hold on a second. Men getting flowers or giving flowers?
Getting. Receiving.
Oh, when's the first time a man receives flowers? Probably his funeral. If he's like,
Oh, yeah, you're right. Far grade. Yeah. So, I'm going to send you flowers. If you get out of the SPX chat, I'll send you the flowers.
send them at my funeral, and hopefully they never come.
No, I'm going to send you them now.
You're
Like,
not sending them to me. Okay, so I left their chat just for you. Anyway, so you better watch yourself. If you go in, you save your money, and I'll take care of myself when it comes to the flowers. You should know that just be careful of that Bitcoin ass vision chat. It's very pornographic.
I like that. I wish I could send in the chat.
Oh, dude, you want to know something amazing then? Let's join it. They have an image creator that is phenomenal. You can create all kinds of really sexy porn. All right.
Oh, and like
Anything.
I'm in it, but it won't let me send anything.
Yeah. No, you have to, it'll say you have to verify. There's like a verify thing. Okay, hold on a second. I'll try to fix it for you.
Rabbi, have you ever been sent flowers?
Well, generally within Judaism, we don't do that just because we don't want to kill something, make someone else happy.
Did you just say?
Within Judaism, we don't normally send flowers. We don't want to kill a living thing to make someone else happy.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's beautiful. Okay, what do you do to send somebody like condolences then?
Certainly. There are letters you can send. There's always food that you can send. There's wine and like gift baskets and things like that. But generally, we don't want to kill a living thing if we can avoid it, or we don't want to torture a living thing.
Good. I like that.
Yeah. So like in lieu of flowers at a funeral, we might ask to give to some kind of charity, or usually it's like for a good cause. So usually at Jewish funerals, you won't see, well, I'll say this, you shouldn't see flowers. Now, I'm telling you what a rabbi knows and what the Orthodox world knows. Most Jews don't know this, and they send flowers willy-nilly. They have no idea. Now, you, ma'am, are still unable to send anything in this chat. Hey, two-factor just joined. Two factors in. Damn, two factors getting in hot. It's a hot chat. I'll tell you that. All right, are you in?
I've been in it for months, but I can't.
You haven't been in it for months. You were in it tonight.
No, Bitcoin ass vision. Yes, I've been in this for months.
No way, really?
Yes.
But you can't send it. Hold on. Can you join the video chat?
Let's join.
Join it.
Yes.
Okay, join it.
Oh wow. Yeah, Hawaii. And this is on the back. You know what it is?
Hey.
It was Hey.
Ducky, see if you can send messages in the chat now.
Hey, Rabbi.
Gustav, how you doing, pimp?
What's up, my brother?
We just had a beautiful 2-hour trivia contest within the Sproto community. How you living, Gustav?
So you gotta leave and come back.
Look, man, I'm drinking my coffee.
Excellent. You got your cigarette, baby?
Yes.
Excellent. We're 3 for 3, 3 days in a row, my friend.
Yes, and we continue really at 10 billion road. We will always stay together, I know.
Absolutely. Lavas. You take care, Gustav. You have a wonderful day, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Okay, my friend?
Okay, I kiss you. Bye-bye.
I kiss you as well. Bye-bye, Gustav. Shout out to Yerevan. Shout out to Armenia.
Hey, let's go.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
send anything in here.
Those are indoors. Wait, hold on. We have to teach Ducky how to use the image creator. So, Ducky, here's what you can do. You do /image. Just you watch in the what I'm going to type. So what you do is /image, and then a space and whatever you want your image to be. So this is going to be duck and rabbi in bed, and it's a picture of a duck and rabbi in a bed. So isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So you can do anything. Honestly, it's the best feature I've ever seen of anyone's Telegram. So, for the monkey chat bot, what did you do? Ask much. You have to put a space in there. You know that.
I feel like shy now. Oh no.
I like this one with the duck. He looks very comfortable.
Honestly, I just like the fact like I could just send like like someone morning, I just like send stuff in here.
Exactly.
You should.
You should, sir. I'm about to leave.
Yeah, you are, girl.
I'm just talking around.
Yeah, you are, girl. Yeah, you got. Yeah, we're gonna see you leave, and then it's just gonna be this stream of images, and then you're gonna be out. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Rabbi, is that you?
It is not.
Hello. Goodness. No. Yeah.
I have a question. Does it not show as much? Does it not show vagina?
I don't know.
It does not. I tested it. When you put vagina, it looks like.
I have a vagina.
Let's see it. Prove it. Prove
Here
it.
we go. Look at that one.
We're looking.
Whoa.
Look at that. I love that, Rabbi. And then like,
Good idea.
no, I took that out.
Jesus, girl.
Big idea. Fucking toe next to you.
Damn. You're getting fingered like a bowling ball. You just add that on your phone?
It's a sticker. Yeah.
Wow.
From all the like, perverted dudes in the fucking Telegram.
Yeah, right. Like you don't want that thing on your phone.
Stop. No.
I love this image creator so much. I sometimes stay in here for like, sometimes I stay in here for hours and just play with it.
Yeah. Enough for hours?
Yeah, basically. I have a very creative mind, girl.
Oh wow.
That was my favorite day. Okay.
Where's she going?
I said I'll be right back.
This image processor's getting to her.
Bye.
Oh, we got UFA in the chat. How you doing, bud?
He's just playing around with this image creator. He says he's well.
Oh, nice.
I'm back.
What up, girl?
Oh, yeah. Oh, where is it? So much for retaining, guys.
Wow, you already pounded one out?
Everyone does that in the other ones.
No retaining. No retaining.
No.
This is a spray-free zone.
Never.
Spray-free.
I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Ducky, make some images. Damn, who's this girl? Where are you getting all this stuff, Ducky? What the hell's on your phone? Yeah, what's this like? Damn, you've been here a long time. And you haven't ever joined or said anything to anyone?
In here?
Yeah.
No. Because you didn't let me. You didn't let me.
Where do you people get all these stickers?
Other perverted people? What do you think? What do you think? Oh my gosh, there's so many more. Ew, gross. Yeah, gross. Ew. I see you with the son of like taste. Like I have to talk to someone
Like spam. It has to tell a story, she's saying. She's a storyteller with her gift stickers. What is that one? What in the hell is that one? That one looks like a bloody tampon. There's one. Oh my god. Yes, it's the third one up right now. It looks like a girl had her period. It's
The one that says ring token?
no, it's
The one that's like,
below that.
I don't know, it's lost now. Oh, you mean like the one that's like this one?
It's like red. It has like a red shaking ass.
I thought it was red. I think she's just
Okay, that's a nice interpretation.
What? Look at that. Ew, why are you guys obsessed with feet? Let's see. it's fine. Well, look at this one. Wait.
I see this girl. She just pointing to herself as a clown.
Yeah, but she looks so hot. Yes, but she looks so hot. Look at her.
The one above it, there's this like sniper like fire. Do you see the sniper fire above the girl who's the clown? This guy gets it right in her throat.
Yeah. Ew, it is getting too squishy in here. I'm about to leave. Okay. Well. Okay. I think this is so far.
You haven't even used the image generator yet.
You're leaving up?
Use
I
it.
know, but whatever about it. I'm scared to like use it wrong, and then you guys will see like my description.
No, you just put image here. Do something nice. Do like a dog walking a cat.
Okay, dog. Well, do I have to put spaces?
Look how
That didn't work for you.
look how I did it. Rabbi in a pool with
It
the.
didn't work.
Let me see how you did it. You have to do /image and then space and then whatever you want. And they keep putting Rabbi in pool with a girl, and it shows me with like a 10-year-old girl, like an 8-year-old girl. That's not what they mean. That's not what they mean. Put with a woman or a MILF.
Is it good with
Specifics are even better.
Seth Wester. What up, Jay? Hey, buddy.
Could it take complicated ones?
Yes.
Dicking around right now. What are you doing? You're dicking around. Yeah, we're dicking around. Right. We're just spamming shit. Who's 2FA method and duckies? They're from another group. They're newcomers. Where are they from, though? You guys are from what, Harry Potter?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're from Harry Potter.
Does this work?
No, you did it correctly. You did it incorrectly.
United States or like where you from?
Ducky, you have to put image first. So now it just looks funny. Yes, /image, and then you would put young, 35.
I'm from New Jersey.
Mine's wrong.
Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
That's awesome. Which part?
There's 2FA talk.
Hey, there you go.
From in New Jersey, I live out there.
South Jersey.
Okay. I'm from North Jersey.
Exactly. Everyone's from North Jersey.
Yeah.
I'm a rich ass motherfucker. Pretty rich.
Fuck. Now I fucking grew up in a bad place.
Huh?
I'm from Newark.
Newark. Yeah, like you're rich, bro.
Newark?
I don't know. You have to tell me about it.
Ducky has obviously never been to Newark or known anything about Newark. It is stereotypically not seen as a nice place. It's like the Camden of northern New Jersey.
Piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Alright, well tell me where you're near.
In Newark?
Yes.
Well, I don't live there anymore. I live in Cali now, but I used to live in the Ironvale neighborhood.
Where's New York? New York. Are you like near Trenton?
Newark?
Yeah.
Grizzly City is?
I don't really go there, to be honest. I don't really go past Trenton.
Okay. It's
But I
like,
know where like Princeton is.
yeah, so Newark and Grizzly City is like 5 miles away from Manhattan.
Oh yeah. Wow, you're like really north.
Yeah, no, it's funny as far north as you can go.
Wow, so it's ghetto up there and in the middle?
Oh, you know how New Jersey is. You drive 5 miles, that's really nice. Then you drive another 5 miles, it's really ghetto.
Yeah, you know, it seems like it is like that.
There's like no middle class. It's either rich people or really, really poor ghetto people.
Oh my god, for real? It really is like that.
Oh, real?
Yes, I said, Rabbi, yeah. Can you guess which one I'm in?
You're the really, really rich one.
Did he say the poor one? Because, yeah.
Sure. That's what I said.
You poor?
Yeah, bro.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
Very nice.
What are you gonna do?
Huh?
Yeah.
Dude, what are you gonna do?
Scooby-Dooby-Doo? Check that out.
What are you gonna do? I said, you're gonna like what's gonna do?
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo, but this is...
Rabbi is like my favorite person, and I can't hear him speaking right now.
I wasn't speaking, but I could hear you say that all day long.
Can you guys hear him?
No.
I wasn't speaking, but I could hear you say that all day long.
Rabbi, you need to like talk loud.
I am. How you doing? Can you hear me? Yes. All right. So from what I understand, you have only generated.
I'm trying to get you to learn more about me.
I'm listening to you, and I can tell you everything that you just said. You just had a conversation about northern New Jersey and southern New Jersey. You just call him a rich asshole. Then he asked, "Are you from?"
I laughed at you.
Okay. So, with that said, I think that the image generator is amazing. But to my knowledge, the only thing that you've ever image generated is a 35-year-old rabbi with his shirt off. Oh, you tried to at one point. So, what other things are you going to do? Yes, that's exactly what I want to see. I want to know how dirty it is and how we can make it dirtier. We'll keep you as a friend and then fuck whenever we want. There you go. That's the future of life. No, he's really just trying to go to bed. You heard it best right there. There you go. Ducky, if I come to New Jersey, it's on like Donkey Kong. I hope you know that. They're going to have to stop me at the border. Ask Munch. Ask Munch. Have you ever dated New Jersey girls? Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
What do you mean? They're great people.
Yeah, sometimes. They really make them mad.
Yeah, oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah, you got that right. That's probably the worst state of any state to piss off, of any chick. New Jersey girls are very independent, strong women, and they don't put up with shit. So if you are playing games on them, they will tell you right to your face what is up, and they will not mince any words.
Yeah, especially in North Jersey. Fuck.
North Jersey's worse because those bitches have money.
Oh yeah, they either have money or they're trying to use your money.
Rabbi,
That's fine. Go ahead.
I think he's special.
Oh, thank you. I hope that in a positive way.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
It is.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
I think you're hot.
Thanks, baby. You want me to eat your box?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm gonna put the munch in box muncher.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. See, Ducky, that's how it's done. You just gotta be open with what you want, and it's very simple. We got Jay in here. Jay, how you living, pimp? Hey, Ducky, look at Jay's Twitter handle or Telegram handle. It's blockchain house. Like, even remember you were like, blockchain just seems so obvious, but even he's using it. It's like blockchain, crypto, or like Bitcoin. Those are like the three big phrases that people use. And Web 4, Web 3.
It's so like obvious.
Well, it just kind of makes sense. Those are the different categorizations. Hey, it's smart. It makes sense. Why is it ass vision? I don't.
You see me big. It's called Bitcoin SE. So then this one's Bitcoin EE.
Alright. Hey, ask Munch. If you ever don't want me to stream in here, just tell me and I won't. Because I got told by a little birdie, literally, let's just say, told me not to stream in another stream. And I don't want to make anybody mad, but I figured that I was good. You'd always told me I was fine. I will not reveal their identity. JM, can you hear me? No. It was nobody. It was no one who I think you even have an acquaintance with, like perhaps at all or very minorly. You might know this person, you might not. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, anyway, bro, we want you to stream.
Exactly. It's positive for the community.
Yeah.
Hey,
We're glad to have you, bro.
how is Spring doing? I understand that. I sent her a direct message just hoping she has a good day. She sent me one back. She was nice.
Yeah, no, she was nice. Sometimes though she drinks so much and then she starts saying all kinds of fucking nonsense, but that's okay. You just gotta not take it personal, you know?
Hey, shit happens, baby.
Yeah. But yeah, kind of like, she's usually nice, but sometimes she gets mad. But yeah, no, you're good. We want you to be good, bro.
Good. I appreciate that.
Yeah. There's nobody I'd rather have than my PC. Like that video you pulled up of you jacking off. Oh my god, it was so hot.
Hey, that's a big seller, baby. I'm surprised that Instagram hasn't taken it down.
I know, like you're obviously jacking off.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Oh my god, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, go.
I am a person.
You can't take attention?
I can't take attention.
Oh, attention. Go ahead.
Yeah. Are you mad at me?
Not at all. Not in the least.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I would tell you if I was mad at you. I'm actually proud of you. I'm proud of you. You showed courage with what you did. So no, I'm proud of you. Good. I'm glad you did that. You perfect. You did exactly right. You did exactly right. Excellent. Now you have to explain this to me. I'm already on the next subject. You're pointing your finger at me.
This is all I'm saying. I get to see your beautiful face, and you don't get to see any of the rest of our faces.
No.
And I have a parasocial relationship with you, so you should consider that.
A parasocial relationship. Wow. Oh my word. I didn't know I was going to have a thesaurus and dictionary with me at all times, which neither of these, you wouldn't find a parasocial relationship located in there. Where would you find this? It would be like in, hold on, there's a name for this and you're going to know it. It's the like manual on psychological health or something like that. Whatever that is. As much as showing his picture.
Hi guys.
What up, baby?
I love you. I think you're just great.
I think you're great as well. Don't worry. If I'm ever upset with you, I make you aware of it right away. I don't hold it in.
You can tell me right away. You can yell at me like I'm your fucking sister or like your fucking cousin or like.
I don't yell at my siblings and stuff. I hosted trivia for 2 hours. It flew by. It was very good, very successful. And then we went to some Twitter spaces and they were going to kick me out, but I won them over. And then we came here. Ducky, what does girl is cute mean? I don't get that.
Okay, so it's a reference to the Aeon SPX.
You're hilarious. You're like, I'm not in crypto. Here you are with an inside joke with a cryptocurrency community.
Look, it's like, I don't have to fucking invest money to be,
I know.
I mean, isn't that the whole thing? The whole thing is built off of the social.
Oh yeah, we have to look up this phrase you used. We have a, what is it? It's like a proto-social relationship or something? Parasocial? Pansocial? Parasocial.
You haven't heard of it?
Dude, no one's heard of that.
Something?
Well, I can derive what it means.
A parasocial relationship is something where. What? Just tell me you don't know what that means.
I can derive what it means. Do I know the glossarific?
A parasocial relationship is like, let's say you're watching someone on YouTube. You're watching them for a year and a half. You're like, I like this person.
You're exactly right. You're 100% right. You do have a parasocial relationship. Ducky, you are an intelligent being. I mean that. You taught me something yesterday. What was it? Hold on. Or 2 days ago, and I was thinking about it. No. In fact, I'm going to tell you this. You've taught me 2 things in the past 3 days or something, and they're like I don't know, maybe I've learned like 5 or 6 things over the, maybe more than that, but that really stick out in my mind. The 2 things you taught me were liquid and crystal intelligence, and then the other was this this parasocial relationship. It's not that I don't know what that is. I just wasn't as familiar with the term. That's what it was. What I call it, liquid. Crystallized and fluid. That's right.
Crystallized intelligence is what a lot of people refer to as being smart. Rabbi is very smart.
Okay, so just read that.
But like if people lack crystallized intelligence and they have a lot of fluid intelligence, people don't recognize that because they're too stupid to. No offense. But that's crystallized intelligence is like when it's like the amount of things that you have learned and you can sort of harbor it in your memory. Like it's like when you're good at cooking, really good at cooking. All these things. Think of a history buff. Everybody knows a history buff, right?
Yes.
Right? Yeah, you just know a lot of shit about a lot of stuff. I had a history teacher when I was in high school. He used to say, I know so much about all of these different types of things, and I'm not. But yeah, he knew a lot about a bunch of different stuff. And I don't know, is he really that smart? Maybe, but you know. And then versus fluid intelligence is more like problem solving and things like that. But we all have both. We all have both.
You are too nice to me. Thank you so much. Joby Printing Badge. Joby Printing Badge. Did you leave the group and then come back? Oh, cool. So everything works now, right? Can we fix it for him? Dog, that happened to me too. That I happened to be twice over the course of the past 2 days. It's almost like Asmuch has an admin in here who likes to remove other people's permissions. I'm not accusing someone of that, but that's the only thing I can think of. Why do we keep losing these permissions randomly?
Is it working now, Mr. Printerbags? Let me see, my friend. No, it's still restricted. Let me see. I don't know what's going on. Let me see something.
Hey, you're 2 for 2 basically with those subjects. So, didn't Ducky just have this issue as well? How did we restore Ducky's ability to type? Yeah, you couldn't type, remember? It said that sending messages is... No, I know, but we want to do the same for Joby Printing. We want to do the same for Joby Printing Bags, and we're trying to figure it out. Excellent. Joby Printing Bags, make an honorary pornographic image if you can. Excellent. What did you do incorrectly? Let's see what you wrote. Where did you get these? And this is saved on your phone? Dude, Ducky, you just have this picture of this girl just getting painted on your phone? Like, what if your family found your phone? Look, I don't know. Why would I look in it? Because look at the stuff you have in there. You might have some other crazy stuff. I'm checking this shit out. Yeah, but there are ways inside. Yours are wild. I could. We can talk about whatever you want. So you had to manually save all of these? Oh, okay. It's like 50 at once. I see that. I'm doing my best to avoid it. I don't think I'll ever get out of the sticker pack. I do my best to avoid it. I don't want my phone to look like your guys's. It'll start smoking. That's a cool one. There you go. Damn, you made a shitload. No, I know you didn't, but he did. He's showing us the ones he made. They all are like customized that he made them. What is the difference between a sticker and a picture? Dude, the first one that Ducky sent, I love that one. It's like a sniper rifle.
Which one?
The first one she sent of that person who gets it like right in her throat, it's like a sniper rifle.
Oh God. That's it's a shame. Like yes, that is kind of just like a description of that picture.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
God, they're like so nasty. Okay, wait, are you talking about? Fuck, I'm trying to find it.
I do. 4D chess, baby.
We'll have to play chess someday.
I will. Definitely. I'm surprised they don't have that as an option. Ducky, I'm trying to send it right now. I'm posting your link. Hopefully you didn't give me some kind of crazy, creepy virus.
Don't open my door. Please don't. I don't want to go out and catch you. Your name is Kiwi. She's a magician. She got out for 1 month. And I have coyotes around here, and usually the pets that get out get eaten by the coyotes, sadly. But she didn't get eaten, and I think she was under like a cross case because she smelled a lot like dust. I got her back. We can grab another one when you go to
If I were to just judge you people, yes, you people, by your sticker packs, I would sentence you all to death. You all deserve just absolute the worst. Your sticker packs are the absolute foulest things I've ever seen. Dude, I have a question. Ducky, you just sent a picture of a girl who's just smiling. What's wrong with her? What happened to her? What am I missing with her? Ducky, you swing both ways? Am I the only one who only sees one picture of that girl? My question, is there a MILF section? Because we're really undervaluing the MILF, I feel.
overrated.
Underrated. Completely underrated. It is one of the most underrated groups on the planet. What is Paul saying? What did Paul just say?
Like, I agree, Ravi.
Hold on.
He agreed with you. I thought that was very nice.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I appreciate that, but it is. Women are empowered individuals, and particularly now with in vitro fertilization and surrogacy, you can basically have children whenever you want. You can be 100 years old and have children. That's empowering to a woman. It's empowering to people. What I want to know is what the hell happened to Paul? He writes JFC. Paul writes JFC. Got to go. Oh fuck. What is oh fuck?
Is this a token? Yes, sir. When did you invent this token? Almost 3 years ago. Damn. Yeah, bro. Look at the chart. It's pretty good. Let me check it. I am somewhat interested. Yeah. I want to see this. Yeah. Throw $4 or $5 at it. On the road because they stole all my money, but I will check their chart because I'm interested. Yeah, just give it a look. He's telling me what to do.
Dude, why aren't you using uBlock Origin, dog? Why aren't you using uBlock Origin? You're using AdBlock Plus. That's a joke. uBlock Origin's where it's at, baby.
Wow, this is like insane. Do you like it? It's interesting. Like the market cap is 10K. That's not bad. Yeah, start at $20 market cap. Let's see what it started. I started with $20 of wow, I went down. Hey, it's going back up. That's interesting. And then, like, it flew to the moon one day. I think around February. It just went up insanely. Okay. I'm just going down the chart. It seems like this that was a god arrow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we went to $3 million market cap for like 10 seconds.
Holy shit. What were you thinking when that happened? What were you thinking when that happened? Like, this is it? Or did you think it was going to come crash? What were you thinking when that happened?
I wasn't even in the room when it happened. I had my phone down. I was outside doing something.
Oh, I gotcha.
And then I came back in and everybody's freaking out. And then I looked at the chart and I was like, what the fuck? But it already crashed down by the time I saw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my. Somebody made a buy. I've never bought any B&B, believe it or not. Yeah, it's harder to get now that finance doesn't operate the same way in America, you know? Oh no, I hate that. It's weird how I got the US finance and everything. It's just weird to me. Like, I didn't even know, like, how that, I never
helping me, even though I kind of have their personal Twitter page to find out their, my interest from the website, and, and I didn't know that, like, we have some more information on that, but it sucks. I don't think they want it, but I still think that I have a better chance of just, finding the way selling something. I don't know that that's a possibility. If this is their personal Twitter, then I could find them through their email. Like I could, maybe they have like a Facebook association, and who knows? It's been active since like March 6th too. Like it's been messaging and stuff. And so it's self-documented reminders. We get a charts with the 85,000 followers is following this guy's Twitter, so I don't know. It's just interesting. Oh yeah. You gotta hammer back, bro. Honestly, I was trying to figure out how to get into like, I basically just if I can use that IP address, or if I can hack him and then try to figure out where he is, I could either A, for him, or B, how should this? Try to trick him into clicking on a picture and then using like Black Comment or something. I think that's what it's called. To get malware on his computer that restrains his whole whatever he has, or just key log his computer. But I'm not a hacker. I'm a coder, which is not that far off, but close enough. And even before a coder, I would consider myself more of an artist.
Yo, pimps, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. I'm going to stay, but I'm going to lie down because I'm tired. So with that, I want to hear all the good things that you guys have going on in your life. Joby Printing Bags, I'm glad that you can speak. I'm very happy about that. I think we all are. And did you make your inaugural image yet with the image creator? It's /image. And then there you go. Dog, I live in here. Good night. Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you sleepy?
Sorry. How about you?
I could stay awake. I just my brain is very awake.
All right, same here. What are we watching? We've got skiing going on. All right, we got skiing going on. We could watch a movie. What's your favorite movie? Well, let me say, no, I can speak to you privately. You're absolutely fine to tell me about the SPX or SPX group. I'm like not mad at all, and I'm glad you told me. It took a lot of courage for you to tell me that.
Well, yeah, I really didn't mean it in any negative way. Like, I adore you. Like, I think you're such a cool person. I think you're super eccentric. You're totally the person I would be attracted to, even though I feel like you would I mean, I can be like a shit sometimes, but I would nonetheless gravitate towards someone like you. Like, I genuinely think you're so cool. Like,
Wow,
I didn't mean anything like that.
I need to just record you and just tell people to listen to this recording of you, Ducky. You're wonderful. Don't think what you said was at all out of line. I'm glad. I want my friends to tell me that kind of stuff.
It's just because, like, the other people on there, they were like, oh, I feel like I can't go on that because, like, they're super paranoid. You know, and you know how crypto people are. Honestly, everyone I've met in crypto, they're all super paranoid.
Super paranoid.
Weird. I know, like, what a weird community to be in. Because it's like, I want to kind of.
They're also afraid, like, and here's why, because they all have these like deep fears that people will find out their private information, and they fear that. Like, it's just how it is.
I agree. I personally don't care about that. So I was like,
I embrace it. Like, I'm as honest with the world as I can be. All right. Isn't that image generator really cool?
That is cool. I don't think it quite. It's not. I guess you have to be really specific.
I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I mean, you can tell it's going to be really good soon. All right. We're watching snowboarding, but we're going to turn on something else. Something cool. I don't know exactly what, but we'll find something. Is there anything that you really like? What do you really like? Yeah.
I guess, like, as of recently.
You like Russian Doll?
Rabbi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rabbi, that's a good show. But I need you to look into this book. Like, please. Like, I know that, like, I kind of come off as like a dipshit and
No. You stop. You need to have more confidence in yourself.
I know how I come off.
You don't come off that way, though.
But I think you really appreciate this book suggestion that I have.
What is it?
It's called Chaos, Making a New Science by James Gleek. You would like it. I'm telling you, you're a smart person. You can handle this, and you would like it. It would be compelling to you. I'm telling you.
Oh,
If you got it on digital,
dude, I'm gonna look it up right now if we can get it an audiobook.
It's really interesting.
Well, I mean, you just told me about it 10 seconds ago. I'm going, girl. I'm going.
I'm sorry.
You will find that no one moves quicker or more quickly than I do when it comes to stuff. Chaos, making a new science.
Yeah.
Just one moment. All right. Chaos, making a new science. This is by James Click. And it looks like there's just a book version of it. Let me see. Hold on. Making a New Science, 14 seconds. It's got to be longer than that. Chaos, audiobook, 10 hours, 56 minutes. I'm going to listen to it starting tonight.
You're gonna like.
I'm going to listen to it. I might even just ditch you right now and start listening to it. You're lucky that I don't. Oh, wait. It's locked. Why is it locked? I've never seen this. Do you have to buy it or something? I'm sure you do. Want to listen? Head to Spotify to purchase this title, then listen here. Okay, we'll send you with an email.
You might be able to download it.
Dude, are you kidding me? I can get through anything. I'll be able to find this shit in like 10 seconds. I bet I could have found this thing on it, some kind of MP3 back in the day before the guy even wrote the book. All right. Here we go.
Did you read where I found the book from?
Where'd you find the book?
So there's a bunch of like recorded lectures from Berkeley on YouTube
Ooh,
from
fancy.
like years and years ago. Well, not years, but it's from like 2011, 12. And there's this guy, and he's a professor of biology there, and he references the book to the students. It's something that they have to read, and he's like, the way that he presents it is like, okay, you guys, you're either gonna hate this book because it makes you question everything, or it's gonna change your life.
Excellent. I found it.
Yeah, and I did start reading it, and I think it's incredible. I think this theory is great. I think you can relate it to a lot of different things in life, aside from like weather or like the economy. Like you can relate it to many different things. I personally think you can relate it to behavior. I'm hoping that maybe in 20 years or something, in psychology, someone real smart and educated and all that, when with the time, I'm hoping that they'll find this and they'll apply it, because I really think there's just something to it. But I think that you would get enjoyment out of reading the book.
I appreciate that. I'm serious. We're gonna listen to it tonight, or once I go to bed, I'll listen to it. I listen to things like before I go to bed, and then wherever I left off, I start up the next day. This looks like a phenomenal.
Tomorrow, whenever, I genuinely think that you'll find. I think
Hold on. I have a question though. Did you finish the book?
No, I did not.
So you have to finish it too. So we can listen to it together.
Okay.
Is that something you would like?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
if you genuinely need it.
I really do. I'm serious. I was gonna listen to it immediately tonight. So
Yeah, I read a bit of it already, but yes.
watch this book. Absolutely is not what you thought it was, and you're like, oh, whoops, this is a bad suggestion. But no, it looks really good, and that's why I want to listen to it right now. So you should know that I appreciate your suggesting of this title, and with that, here we go. This is Chaos, Making a New Science.
The police in a small town of Los Alamos, New Mexico, worried briefly in 1974.
Can you hear it?
A man seen prowling in the dark night after
It's a little
the red
fuzzy.
glow of his cigarette floating along
Let me
the
see if I can make it better for you.
He would pace for hours, heading nowhere in the starlight that hammers down through the thin air.
Is that better?
The police were not the only ones to wonder. At the National Laboratory, some physicists had learned that their newest colleague was experimenting with
I'll get
26
you,
hours,
don't worry.
which meant that
All right, is that better?
the schedule would slowly roll in and
Yes,
out
I'm
of
following
phase with
along.
that. This bordered on strength,
Okay.
even for the theoretical division. In the 3 decades since J. Robert Oppenheimer chose this unworldly New Mexico landscape for the atomic bomb project, Los Alamos National Laboratory had spread across an expanse of desolate plateau, bringing particle accelerators and gas lasers and chemical plants, thousands of scientists and administrators and technicians, as well as one of the world's greatest concentrations of supercomputers. Some of the oldest scientists remembered the wooden buildings rising hastily out of the rim rock in the 1940s, but to most of the Los Alamos
Ducky,
The first bomb makers were just ghosts.
I'm glad you're my
The
friend.
laboratories, locus, and purists thought was the theoretical division, known as T division, just as
All right.
computing was C division and
Well
weapons
then,
was X division.
I'm gonna be here.
Physicists and mathematicians
If you fall asleep, I won't blame you. If I fall asleep, don't blame me. But I'm gonna listen to this.
I'm not gonna fall asleep.
The scientists had experience with brilliance
I read the
and
part
with
already.
eccentricity. They were hard to surprise.
All right.
But Mitchell
Well, I'm
Hagenbach
listening.
was an unusual case. He had exactly one published article to his name, and he was working on nothing that seemed to have any particular promise. His hair was a ragged mane sweeping back from his white brow in the style of busts of German composers. His eyes were sudden and passionate. When he spoke, always rapidly, he tended to drop articles and pronouns in a vaguely Middle European way, even though he was a native of Brooklyn. When he worked obsessively. When he couldn't work, he walked and thought day or night, and night was best of all. The 24-hour day seemed too constraining. Nevertheless, his experiment in personal quasi-periodicity came to an end when he decided that he could no longer bear waiting to the setting sun. This had to happen every few days. At the age of 29, he had already become an ad hoc consultant. Scientists would go to see about any especially intractable problem when they could find him. One evening, he arrived at work just as the director of the laboratory, Harold Agnew, was leaving. Agnew was a powerful figure, one of the original Oppenheimer apprentices. He'd flown over Hiroshima on an instrument plane that accompanied the Enola Gay, photographing the delivery of the laboratory's first product. I understand you're real smart, Agnew said to Feigenbaum. If you're smart, why don't you just solve laser fusion? To a physicist, creating laser fusion was a legitimate problem. Puzzling out the spin and color and flavor of small particles was a legitimate problem. Dating the origin of the universe was a legitimate problem. Understanding clouds was a problem for meteorologists. Like other physicists, Feigenbaum used an understated, tough guy vocabulary to rate such problems. Such a thing is obvious, he might say, meaning that a result could be understood by any skilled physicist after appropriate contemplation and calculation. Not obvious, describe work that commanded respect and Nobel Prizes. For the hardest problems, for problems that would not give way without long looks into the universe's bowels, physicists reserved words like deep. In 1974, though few of his colleagues knew it, Feigenbaum was working on a problem that was deep. Chaos. Where chaos begins, classical science stops. For as long as the world has had physicists inquiring into the laws of nature, it has suffered a special ignorance about disorder in the atmosphere, in the turbulent sea, in the fluctuations of wildlife populations, in the oscillations of the heart and the brain. The irregular side of nature, the discontinuous and erratic side, these have been puzzles to science. But in the 1970s, a few scientists in the United States and Europe began to find a way through disorder. They were mathematicians, physicists, biologists, chemists, all seeking connections between different kinds of irregularity. Physiologists found a surprising order in the chaos that develops in the human heart, the prime cause of sudden, unexplained death. Ecologists explored the rise and fall of gypsy moth populations. Economists dug out old stock price data and tried a new kind of analysis. The insights that emerged led directly into the natural world, the shapes of clouds, the paths of lightning, the microscopic intertwining of blood vessels, the galactic clustering of stars. When Mitchell Feigenbaum began thinking about chaos at Los Alamos, he was one of a handful of scattered scientists, mostly unknown to one another. A mathematician in Berkeley, California, had formed a small group dedicated to creating a new study of dynamical systems. A population biologist of Princeton University was about to publish an impassioned plea that all scientists should look at the surprisingly complex behavior lurking in some simple models. A geometer working for IBM was looking for a new word to describe a family of shapes, jagged, tangled, splintered, twisted, fractured, that he considered an organizing principle in nature. A French mathematical physicist had just made the disputation's claim that turbulence in fluids
might have something to do with a bizarre, infinitely tangled abstraction that he called a strange attractor. A decade later, chaos has become a shorthand name for a fast-growing movement that is reshaping the fabric of the scientific establishment. Chaos conferences and chaos journals abound. At every major university and every major corporate research center, some theorists ally themselves first with chaos and only second with their nominal specialties. Chaos has created special techniques of using computers and special kinds of graphic images, pictures that capture a fantastic and delicate structure underlying complexity. The new science has formed its own language, an elegant shop talk of fractals, bifurcations, intermittences, and periodicities, folded tau diffeomorphisms, and smooth noodle maps. These are the new elements of motion, just as in traditional physics, quarks and gluons are the new elements of matter. To some physicists, chaos is a science of process rather than state, of becoming rather than being. Now that science is looking, chaos seems to be everywhere. A rising column of cigarette smoke breaks into wild swirls. A flag snaps back and forth in the wind. A drifting faucet goes from a steady pattern to a random one. Chaos appears in the behavior of cars clustering on an expressway. Behavior of oil flowing in underground pipes. No matter what the medium, the behavior obeys the same newly discovered laws. That realization has begun to change the way business executives make decisions about insurance, the way astronomers look at the solar system, the way political theorists talk about the stresses leading to armed conflict. Chaos breaks across the lines that separate scientific disciplines. Because it is a science of the global nature of systems, it has brought together thinkers from fields that had been widely separated. The first chaos theorists, the scientists who set the discipline in motion, shared certain sensibilities. They had an eye for pattern, especially pattern that appeared on different scales at the same time. They had a taste for randomness and complexity, for jagged edges and sudden leaps. Believers in chaos speculate about determinism and free will, about evolution, about the nature of conscious intelligence. They feel that they are turning back a trend in science toward reductionism, the analysis of systems in terms of their constituent part, quarks, chromosomes, or neurons. They believe that they are looking for the whole. The most passionate advocates of the new science go so far as to say that 20th century science will be remembered for just three things: relativity, quantum mechanics, and chaos. Chaos, they contend, has become the century's third great revolution in the physical sciences. Like the first two revolutions, chaos cuts away at the tenets of Newton's physics. As one physicist put it, relativity eliminated the Newtonian illusion of absolute space and time. Quantum theory eliminated the Newtonian dream of a controllable measurement process. And chaos eliminates the Laplacian fantasy of deterministic predictability. Of the three, the revolution in chaos applies to the universe we see and touch, to objects of human scale. Everyday experience and real pictures of the world have become legitimate targets for inquiry. There's long been a feeling, not always expressed openly, that theoretical physics has strayed far from human intuition about the world. Whether this will prove to be fruitful heresy or just plain heresy, no one knows. But some of those who thought physics might be working its way into a corner now look to chaos as a way out. Within physics itself, the study of chaos emerged from the backwater. The mainstream for most of the 20th century has been particle physics, exploring the building blocks of matter at higher energies, smaller and smaller scales, shorter and shorter times. Out of particle physics have come theories about the fundamental forces of nature and about the origin of the universe. Yet, some young physicists have grown dissatisfied with the direction of the most prestigious of sciences. Progress has begun to seem slow, the naming of the new particles futile, the body of theory cluttered. With the coming of chaos, younger scientists believe they were seeing the beginnings of a course change for all of physics. The field had been dominated long enough, they felt, by the glittering abstractions of high-energy particles and quantum mechanics. The cosmologist Stephen Hawking, occupant of his chair at Cambridge University, spoke for most of physics when he took stock of his science in a 1980 lecture titled, "Is the End in Sight with Theoretical Physics?" We already know the physical laws that govern everything we experience in everyday life. It is a tribute to how far we've come in theoretical physics that it now takes enormous machines and a great deal of money to perform an experiment whose results we cannot predict. Yet, Hawking recognized that understanding nature's laws on the terms of particle physics left unanswered the question of how to apply those laws to any but the simplest of systems. Predictability is one thing in a cloud chamber where two particles collide at the end of a race around an accelerator. It is something else altogether in the simplest type of roiling fluid, or in the Earth's weather, or in the human brain. Hawking's physics, efficiently gathering up Nobel Prizes and big money for experiments, has often been called a revolution. At times, it seemed within reach of that grail of science, the grand unified theory, or theory of everything. Physics had traced the development of energy and matter in all but the first 5 days of the universe's history. But was post-war particle physics a revolution? Or was it just the fleshing out of the framework laid down by Einstein, Bohr, and the other fathers of relativity and quantum mechanics? Certainly, the achievements of physics, from the atomic bomb to the transistor, changed the 20th century landscape. Yet, if anything, the scope of particle physics seemed to have narrowed. 2 generations have passed since the field produced a new theoretical idea that changed the way non-specialists understand the world. The physics described Hawking could complete its mission without answering some of the most fundamental questions about nature. How does life begin? What is turbulence? Above all, in a universe ruled by entropy, drawing inexorably toward greater and greater disorder, how does order arise? At the same time, objects of everyday experience like fluids and mechanical systems came to seem so basic and so ordinary that physicists had a natural tendency to assume that they were well understood. It was not so. As the revolution in chaos runs its course, the best physicists find themselves returning without embarrassment to phenomena on a human scale. They study not just galaxies, but clouds. They carry out profitable computer research, not just on Crays, but on Macintoshes. The premier journals print articles on the strange dynamics of a ball bouncing on the table side by side with articles on quantum physics. The simplest systems are now seen to create extraordinarily difficult problems of predictability. Yet, order arises spontaneously in those systems. Chaos and order together. Only a new kind of science will begin to cross the great gulf between knowledge of what one thing does, one water molecule, one cell of a heart tissue, one neuron, and what millions of them do. Watch 2 bits of foam flowing side by side at the bottom of a waterfall. What can you guess about how close they were at the top? Nothing. As far as standard physics was concerned, God might just as well have taken all those water molecules under the table and shuffled them personally. Traditionally, when physicists saw complex results, they looked for complex causes. When they saw a random relationship between what goes into a system and what comes out, they assumed that they would have to build randomness into any realistic theory by artificially adding noise or error. The modern study of chaos began with the creeping realization in the 1960s that quite simple mathematical equations could model systems every bit as violent as a waterfall. Tiny differences in input could quickly become overwhelming differences in output, a phenomenon given the name sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In weather, for example, this translates into what is only half-jokingly known as the butterfly effect. The notion that a butterfly stirring the air today in Peking can transform storm systems next month in New York. When the explorers of chaos began to think back on the genealogy of their new science, they found many intellectual trails from the past. But one stood out very clearly. For the young physicists and mathematicians leading the revolution, a starting point was the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect. The sun beat down through a sky that had never seen clouds. The wind swept across an earth as smooth as glass. Night never came, and autumn never gave way to winter. It never rained. The simulated weather in Edward Lorenz's new electronic computer changed slowly, but certainly, drifting through a permanent dry midday season, as if the world had turned into Camelot, or some particularly bland version of Southern California. Outside his window, Lorenz could watch real weather. The early morning fog creeping along the Massachusetts Institute of Technology campus, or the low clouds slipping over the rooftops from the Atlantic. Fog and clouds never arose in the model running on his computer. The machine, a Royal MacD, was a thicket of wiring and vacuum tubes that occupied an ungainly part of Lorenz's office, made a surprising and irritating noise, and broke down every week or so. It had neither the speed nor the memory to manage a realistic simulation of the Earth's atmosphere and oceans. Yet Lorenz created a toy weather in 1960 that succeeded in mesmerizing his colleagues. Every minute the machine marked the passing of the day by printing a row of numbers across a page. If you knew how to read the printouts, you would see prevailing westerly winds swing now to the north, now to the south, now back to the north. Digitized cyclones spun slowly around an idealized moon. As word spread through the department, the other meteorologists would gather around with the graduate students, making bets on what Lorenz's weather would do next. Somehow, nothing ever happened the same way twice. Lorenz enjoyed weather, by no means a prerequisite for a research meteorologist. He savored its changeability. He appreciated the patterns that come and go in the atmosphere, families of eddies and cyclones, always obeying mathematical rules, yet never repeating themselves. When he looked at clouds, he thought he saw a kind of structure in them. Once he had feared that studying the science of weather would be like trying a jack in the box apart with a screwdriver. Now he wondered whether science would be able to penetrate the magic at all. Weather had a flavor that could not be expressed by talking about averages. The daily high temperature in Cambridge, Mass. Averages 75 degrees in June. The number of rainy days in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia averages 10 a year. These were statistics. The essence was the way patterns in the atmosphere changed over time. And that was what Lawrence captured in the Royal MacD. To most serious meteorologists, forecasting was less than science. It was a seat-of-the-pants business performed by technicians who needed some intuitive ability to read the next day's weather in the instruments and the clouds. It was guesswork. At centers like MIT, meteorology favored problems that had solutions. Lorenz understood the messiness of weather prediction as well as anyone, but he harbored an interest in the problem, a mathematical interest. Not only did meteorologists scorn forecasting, but in the 1960s, virtually all serious scientists mistrusted computers. These souped-up calculators hardly seemed like tools for theoretical science, so numerical weather modeling was something of a bastard problem. Yet the time was right for it. Weather forecasting had been waiting 2 centuries for a machine that could repeat thousands of calculations over and over again by brute force. In theory, a computer could let meteorologists do what astronomers have been able to do with pencil and slide rule, reckon the future of their universe from its initial conditions and the physical laws that guide its evolution. The equations describing the motion of air and water were as well known as those describing the motion of planets. Astronomers did not achieve perfection and never would. Not in a solar system tugged by the gravities of 9 planets, scores of moons, and thousands of asteroids, but calculations of planetary motion were so accurate that people forgot that they were forecasts. When an astronomer said, "Comet Halley will be back this way in 76 years, it seemed like fact, not prophecy. Deterministic numerical forecasting figured accurate courses for spacecraft and missiles. Why not winds and clouds? There was always one small compromise, so small that the working scientists usually forgot it was there. lurking in a corner of their philosophies like an unpaid bill. Measurements could never be perfect. With his primitive computer, Lorenz had boiled weather down to the barest skeleton. Yet, line by line, the winds and temperatures of Lorenz's printouts seemed to behave in a recognizable earthly way. They matched his cherished intuition about the weather, his sense that it repeated itself, displaying familiar patterns over time, pressure rising and falling, the air streams swinging north and south, but the repetitions were never quite exact. There was pattern with disturbances, an orderly disorder. To make the patterns plain to see, Lorenz created a primitive kind of graphics. Instead of just printing out the usual lines of digits, he would have the machine print a certain number of blank spaces, followed by the letter A. He would pick one variable, perhaps the direction of the airstream. Gradually, the A's marched down the roll of paper, swinging back and forth in a wavy line, making a long series of hills and valleys that represented the way the west wind would swing north and south across the continent. The orderliness of it, the recognizable cycles coming around again and again, but never twice the same way, had a hypnotic fascination. The system seemed slowly to be revealing its secrets to the forecaster's eye. One day in the winter of 1961, wanting to examine one sequence at greater length, Lorenz took a shortcut. Instead of starting the whole run over, he started midway through. To give the machine its initial conditions, he typed the numbers straight from the earlier printout. Then he walked down the hall to get away from the noise and drink a cup of coffee. When he returned an hour later, he saw something unexpected, something that planted a seed for a new science. This new run should have exactly duplicated the old. Lorenz had copied the numbers into the machine himself. The program had not changed. Yet, as he stared at the new printout, Lorenz saw his weather diverging so rapidly from the pattern of the last run that within just a few months, all resemblance had disappeared. He looked at one set of numbers, then back at the other. He might as well have chosen two random weathers out of a hat. His first thought was that another vacuum had gone bad. Suddenly he realized the truth. There had been a malfunction. The problem lay in the number that he typed. In the computer's memory, 6 decimal places were stored. 0.506127. On the printout, to save space, just 3 appeared. 0.506. Lorenz had entered the shorter, rounded-off number, assuming that the difference, 1 part in 1,000, was inconsequential. He decided to look more closely at the way two nearly identical runs of weather flowed apart. He copied one of the wavy lines of output onto a transparency and laid it over the other to inspect the way it diverged. First, 2 humps matched detail for detail. Then one line began to lag a hair's breadth behind. By the time the 2 runs reached the next hump, they were distinctly out of phase. By the 3rd or 4th hump, all similarity had vanished. It was only a wobble from a clumsy computer. Lorenz could have assumed something was wrong with his particular machine or his particular model, probably should have assumed, but for reasons of mathematical intuition that his colleagues would begin to understand only later, Lorenz felt a jolt. Something was philosophically out of joint. The practical import could be staggering. Although his equations were gross parodies of the Earth's weather, he had a faith that they captured the essence of the real atmosphere. That first day, he decided that long-range weather forecasting must be doomed. The 50s and 60s were years of unreal optimism about weather forecasting. Newspapers and magazines were filled with hope for weather science, not just for prediction, but for modification and control. 2 technologies were maturing together: the digital computer and the space satellite. An international program was being prepared to take advantage of them, the Global Atmosphere Research Program. There was an ideal that human society would free itself from weather's turmoil and become its master instead of its victim. Geodesic domes would cover cornfields, airplanes would seed the clouds, scientists would learn how to make rain and how to stop it. The intellectual founder of this popular notion was John van Neumann. Built his first computer with the precise intention, among other things, of controlling the weather. He surrounded himself with meteorologists and gave breathtaking talks about his plans to the general physics community. He had a specific mathematical reason for his optimism. He recognized that a complicated dynamical system could have points of instability, critical points where a small push can have a large consequence, as with a ball balanced at the top of a hill. With the computer up and running, Van Neumann imagined that scientists would calculate the equations of fluid motion for the next few days. Then a central committee of meteorologists would send up airplanes to lay down smoke screens or seed clouds to push the weather into the desired mode. But Van Neumann had overlooked the possibility of chaos, with instability at every point. By the 1980s, a vast and expensive bureaucracy devoted itself to carrying out Van Neumann's mission, or at least the prediction part of it. America's premier forecasters operated out of an unadorned cube of the building in suburban Maryland, near the Washington Beltway, with a spy's nest of radar and radio antennas on the roof. Their supercomputer ran a model that resembled Lawrence's only in its fundamental spirit. Where the Royal MacBee could carry out 60 multiplications each second, the speed of a control data Cyber 205 was measured in megaflops, millions of floating-point operations per second. Where Lorentz had been happy with 12 equations, the modern global model calculated systems of 500,000 equations. The model understood the way moisture moved heat in and out of the air when it condensed and evaporated. The digital winds were shaped by digital mountain ranges. Data poured in hourly from every nation on the globe, from airplanes, satellites, and ships. The National Meteorological Center produced the world's second-best forecasts. The best came out of Reading, England, a small college town about an hour's drive from London. The European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts occupied a modest tree-shaded building. It was built in the heyday of the all-European common market spirit, when most of the nations of Western Europe decided to pool their talent and resources in the cause of weather prediction. The Europeans attributed their success to their young rotating staff of civil service and their craved supercomputer, which always seemed to be one model ahead of the American counterpart. Weather forecasting was the beginning, but hardly the end of the business of using computers to model complex systems. The same techniques served many kinds of physical scientists and social scientists, hoping to make predictions about everything from the small-scale fluid flows that concerned propellant designers to the vast financial flows that concerned economists. Indeed, by the 70s and 80s, economic forecasting by computer bore a real resemblance to global weather forecasting. Models were churned through complicated, somewhat arbitrary webs of equations meant to turn measurements of initial conditions, atmospheric pressure or money supply, into a simulation of future trends. The programmers hoped the results were not too grossly distorted by the many unavoidable simplifying assumptions. If a model did anything too obviously bizarre, flooded the Sahara or tripled interest rates, the programmers would revise the equations to bring the output back in line with expectation. In practice, econometric models proved dismally blind to what the future would bring, but many people who should have known better acted as though they believed in the results. Forecasters of economic growth or unemployment were put forward with an implied position of 2 or 3 decimal places. Governments and financial institutions paid for such predictions and acted on them, perhaps out of necessity or for want of anything better. Presumably, they knew that such variables as consumer optimism were not as nicely measurable as humidity, and that the perfect differential equations have not yet been written for the movement of politics of fashion. But few realized how fragile was the very process of modeling flows on computers. Even when the data was reasonably trustworthy and the laws were purely physical, as in weather forecasting, computer modeling had indeed succeeded in changing the weather business from an art to a science. European Center's assessment suggested that the world saved billions of dollars each year from predictions that were statistically better than nothing. But beyond 2 or 3 days, the world's best forecast was speculative, and beyond 6 or 7, they were worthless. The butterfly effect was the reason. For small pieces of weather, and to a global forecast of small communal thunderstorms and blizzards, any prediction deteriorates rapidly. Errors and uncertainties multiply, cascading upward through a chain of turbulent features, from dust devils and squalls up to continent-sized eddies that only satellites can see. Even for experienced meteorologists, all this runs against intuition. One of Lorentz's oldest friends was Robert White, a fellow meteorologist at MIT, who later became head of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Lorentz told him about the butterfly effect and what he felt it meant for long-range prediction. White gave Van Neumann's answer. Picture nothing, he said. This is weather control. His thought was that small modifications, well within human capability, could cause desired large-scale changes. Lorenz saw it differently. Yes, you could change the weather, you could make it do something different from what it would otherwise have done. But if you did, then you would never know what it would otherwise have done. It would be like giving an extra shuffle to an already well-shuffled pack of cards. You know it will change your luck, but you don't know whether for better or bad news. But Lorenz saw more than randomness embedded in his weather model. He saw a mental structure, order masquerading as randomness. He turned his attention more and more to the mathematics of systems that never found a steady state. Systems that almost repeated themselves but never quite succeeded. Everyone knew that the weather was such a system, aperiodic. Nature is full of others, animal populations that rise and fall almost regularly, epidemics that come and go on tantalizingly near regular schedules. To produce the rich repertoire of real earthly weather, the beautiful multiplicity of it, you could hardly wish for anything better than a butterfly effect. The butterfly effect acquired a technical name, sensitive dependence on initial conditions. And sensitive dependence on initial conditions was not an altogether new notion. It had a place in folklore. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. For want of a rider, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. Now, in science, as in life, it is well known that a chain of events can have a point of crisis that could magnify small changes. Lorenz put weather aside and looked for even simpler ways to produce this complex behavior. He found one in a system of just three equations. They were non-linear, meaning that they expressed relationships that were not strictly proportional. Linear relationships, they can be captured with a straight line on the graph. Linear equations are solvable, which makes them suitable for textbooks. Linear systems have an important modular virtue. You can take them apart and put them together again. The pieces add up. Non-linear systems generally cannot be solved and cannot be added together. In fluid systems and mechanical systems, the non-linear terms tend to be the features that people want to leave out when they try to get a good simple understanding. Friction, for example, without friction, a simple linear equation expresses the amount of energy you need to accelerate a hockey puck. With friction, the relationship becomes complicated because the amount of energy changes depending on how fast the puck is already moving. Non-linearity means that the act of playing the game has a way of changing the rules. Lorenz's system traced a strange, distinctive shape, a kind of double spiral in 3 dimensions, like a butterfly with extra wings. The shape signaled pure disorder, since no point or pattern of points ever recurred. Yet it also signaled a new kind of order. Years later, physicists would give wistful looks when they talked about Lorenz's paper on those equations, beautiful marvel of a paper, but then it was talked about as if it were an ancient scroll preserving secrets of eternity. In the thousands of articles that made up the technical literature of chaos, few were cited more often than deterministic, non-periodic flow. For years, no single object would inspire more illustrations, even motion pictures, than the mysterious curve depicted at the end, the double spiral that became known as the Lorentz attractor. Revolution. The historian of science, Thomas Kuhn, describes a disturbing experiment conducted by a pair of psychologists in the 1940s. Subjects were given glimpses of playing cards, one at a time, and asked to name them. There was a trick, of course. A few of the cards were freakish. For example, a red 6 of spades or a black queen of diamonds. At high speed, the subjects sailed smoothly along. Nothing could have been simpler. They didn't see the anomalies at all. Shown a red 6 of spades, they would sing out either 6 of hearts or 6 of spades. But when the cards were displayed for longer intervals, the subjects started to hesitate. They became aware of a problem, but they were not sure what it was. A subject might say that he'd seen something odd, like a red border around a black heart. Eventually, as the pace was slowed even more, most subjects would catch on. They would see the wrong cards and make the mental shift necessary to play the game without error. Not everyone, though. A few suffered a sense of disorientation, of real pain. I can't make that suit out, whatever it is, said one. It didn't even look like a car at that time. I don't know what color it is now, or whether it's a spade or a heart. I'm not sure what a spade looks like. My God. Professional scientists, given brief, uncertain glimpses of nature's workings, are no less vulnerable to anguish and confusion when they come face to face with incongruity. And incongruity, when it changes the way a scientist sees, makes possible the most important advances, so Kuhn argues, and so the story of chaos suggests. Kuhn's notions of how scientists work and how revolutions occur drew as much hostility as admiration when he first published them in 1962, and the controversy has never ended. He pushed a sharp needle into the traditional view that science progresses by the accretion of knowledge, each discovery adding to the last, and that new theories emerge when new experimental facts require them. He deflated the view of science as an orderly process of asking questions and finding their answers. He emphasized a contrast between the bulk of what scientists do, working on legitimate, well-understood problems within their disciplines, and the exceptional, unorthodox work that create revolutions. Not by accident, he made scientists seem less than perfect rationalists. In Kuhn's scheme, normal science consists largely of mopping up operations. Experimentalists carry out modified versions of experiments that have been carried out many times before. Theorists add a brick here, reshape a cornice there, a wall of theory. It could hardly be otherwise. If all scientists had to begin from the beginning, questioning fundamental assumptions, they would be hard-pressed to reach the level of technical sophistication necessary to do useful work. Central to Kuhn's ideas is the vision of normal science as solving problems. Under normal conditions, the research scientist is not an innovator, but a solver of puzzles. And the puzzles upon which he concentrates are just those which he believes can be both stated and solved within the existing scientific tradition, Kuhn wrote. Then there are the revolutions. A new science arises out of one that has reached a dead end. Often a revolution has an interdisciplinary character. Its central discoveries often come from people straying outside the normal bounds of their specialties. The problems that obsess these theorists are not recognized as legitimate lines of inquiry. Thesis proposals are turned down or articles are refused publication. The theorists themselves are not sure whether they would recognize an answer if they saw one. They accept risk through their careers. A few free thinkers working alone, unable to explain where they're heading, afraid even to tell their colleagues what they're doing. That romantic image lies at the heart of Kuhn's scheme. And it has occurred in real life, time and time again, in the exploration of chaos. Every scientist who turned to chaos early had a story to tell of his discouragement or open hostility. Graduate students were warned that their careers could be jeopardized if they wrote theses in an untested discipline in which their advisors had no expertise. A particle physicist hearing about this new mathematics might begin playing with it on his own, thinking it was a beautiful thing, both beautiful and hard, but would feel that he could never tell his colleagues about it. Older professors felt they were suffering a kind of midlife crisis, gambling on a line of research that many colleagues were likely to misunderstand or resent. But they also felt an intellectual excitement that comes with the truly new. Even outsiders felt it, those who were attuned to it. To Freeman Dyson of the Institute for Advanced Study, the news of chaos came like an electric shock in the 1970s. Others felt that for the first time in their professional lives, they were witnessing a true paradigm shift, a transformation in the way of thinking. Those who recognized chaos in the early days agonized over how to shape their thoughts and findings into publishable form. Work fell between disciplines, for example, too abstract for physicists, yet too experimental for mathematicians. For some, the difficulty of communicating the new ideas and ferocious resistance from traditional borders showed how revolutionary the new science was. Shallow ideas can be assimilated. Ideas that require people to recognize or reorganize their picture of the world provoke hostility. A physicist at the Georgia Institute of Technology, Joseph Ford, started quoting Tolstoy. I know that most men, including those at ease with problems of the greatest complexity, can seldom accept even the simplest and most obvious truth, if it be such as would oblige them to admit the falsity of conclusions which they have delighted in explaining to colleagues, which they have proudly taught to others, and which they have woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives. Many mainstream scientists remained only dimly aware of the emerging science. Some particularly traditional fluid dynamicists actively resented it. At first, the claims made on behalf of chaos sounded wild and unscientific, and chaos relied on mathematics that seemed unconventional and difficult. As the chaos specialists spread, some departments frowned on these somewhat deviant scholars. Others advertised for more. Some journals established unwritten rules against submissions on chaos. Other journals came forth to handle chaos exclusively. The chaoticists, or chaologists, such coinages could be heard, turned up with disproportionate frequency on the yearly list of important fellowships and prizes. By the middle of the 80s, a process of academic diffusion had brought chaos specialists into influential positions with university bureaucracies. Centers and institutes were founded to specialize in nonlinear dynamics and complex systems. Chaos has become not just theory, but also method, not just a canon of beliefs, but also a way of doing science. Chaos has created its own technique of using computers, a technique that does not require the vast speed of Crays and Cybers, but instead favors modest terminals that allow flexible interaction. To chaos researchers, mathematics has become an experimental science, with the computer replacing laboratories full of test tubes and microscopes. Graphic images are the key. Stylistically, early chaos papers record the Benjamin Franklin era in the way they went back to first principles. As Kuhn notes, established sciences take for granted a body of knowledge that serves as a communal starting point for investigation. To avoid boring their colleagues, scientists routinely begin and end their papers with esoterica. By contrast, articles on chaos from the late 1970s onward sounded evangelical. From their preambles to their perorations, they declared new credos. They often ended with pleas for action. A modest cosmic mystery, the great red spot of Jupiter, a vast, swirling oval like a giant storm that never moves and never runs down. Anyone who saw the pictures beamed across space from Voyager 2 in 1978 recognized the familiar look of turbulence on a hugely unfamiliar scale. It was one of the solar system's most venerable landmarks, the red spot roaring like an anguished eye amid a turbulence of boiling eyebrows, as John Updike described it. But what was it? 20 years after Lawrence, Smale and other scientists set in motion a new way of understanding nature's flows. The otherworldly weather of Jupiter proved to be one of the many problems awaiting the altered sense of nature's possibilities that came with the science of chaos. For 3 centuries, it had been a case of the more you know, the less you know. Astronomers noticed a blemish on the great planet not long after Galileo first pointed his telescope at Jupiter. Robert Hooke saw it in the 1600s. Donati Creti painted it in the Vatican's picture gallery. As a piece of coloration, the spot called for little explaining, but telescopes got better, and knowledge bred ignorance. The last century produced a steady march of theories, one on the heels of another. For example, the lava flow. Scientists in the late 19th century imagined a huge oval lake of molten lava flowing out of a volcano. Or perhaps the lava had flowed out of a hole created by a planetoid striking a thin solid crust. The new moon theory. A German scientist suggested, by contrast, that the spot was a new moon on the point of emerging from the planet's surface. The egg theory. An awkward new fact. The spot was seen to be drifting slightly against the planet's background, so a notion put forward in 1939 viewed the spot as a more or less solid body floating in the atmosphere the way an egg floats in water. Variations of this theory, including the notion of a drifting bubble of hydrogen or helium, remained current for decades. The column of gas theory, another new fact. Even though the spot drifted, somehow it never drifted far. So scientists proposed in the 60s that the spot was the top of a rising column of gas, possibly coming through a crater. Then came Voyager. Most astronomers thought the mystery would give way as soon as they could look closely enough, and indeed, the Voyager flyby provided a splendid album of new data, but the data in the end was not enough. The spacecraft pictures in 1978 revealed powerful winds and colorful eddies. In spectacular detail, astronomers saw the spot itself as a hurricane-like system of swirling flow, shoving aside the clouds embedded in zones of east-west wind that made horizontal swipes around the planet. Hurricane was the best description anyone could think of, but for several reasons it was inadequate. Earthly hurricanes are powered by the heat released when moisture condenses to rain. No moist processes derive the red spot. Hurricanes rotate in a cyclonic direction, counterclockwise above the equator and clockwise below. Like all earthly storms, the red spot rotation is anticyclonic. And most important, hurricanes die out within days. Also, as astronomers studied the Voyager pictures, they realized that the planet was virtually all fluid in motion. They had been conditioned to look for a solid planet surrounded by a paper-thin atmosphere like Earth's. But if Jupiter had a solid core anywhere, it was far from the surface. The planet suddenly looked like one big fluid dynamics experiment. And there sat the red spot, turning steadily around and around, thoroughly unperturbed by the chaos around it. The spot became a Gestalt test. Scientists saw what their intuitions allowed them to see. A fluid dynamicist who thought of turbulence as random and noisy had no context for understanding an island of stability in its midst. Voyager had made the mystery doubly maddening by showing small-scale features of the flow, too small to be seen by the most powerful Earth-bound telescopes. The small scales displayed rapid disorganization, eddies appearing and disappearing within a day or less. Yet the spot was immune. What kept it going? What kept it in place? The National Aeronautics and Space Administration keeps its pictures in archives, a half dozen or so around the country. An archive is at Cornell University. Nearby, in the early 1980s, Philip Marcus, a young astronomer and applied mathematician, had an office. After Voyager, Marcus was one of a half dozen scientists in the United States and Britain who looked for ways to model the red spot. Freed from the ersatz hurricane theory, they found more appropriate analogs elsewhere. Gulf Stream, for example, winding through the western Atlantic Ocean, twists and branches in subtly reminiscent ways. It develops little waves, which turn into kinks, which turn into rings and spin off from the main current-forming, slow, long-lasting anticyclonic vortices. Another parallel came from a peculiar phenomenon in meteorology known as blocking. Sometimes a system of high pressure sits offshore, slowly turning for weeks or months in defiance of the usual east-west flow. Blocking disrupted the global forecasting models, but it also gave the forecasters some hope, since it produced orderly features with unusual longevity. Marcus studied these NASA pictures for hours, the gorgeous Hasselblad pictures of men on the moon and the pictures of Jupiter's turbulence. Since Newton's laws apply everywhere, Marcus programmed a computer with a system of fluid equations. To capture Jovian weather meant writing rules for a massive dense hydrogen and helium resembling an unlit star. The planet spins fast, each day flashing by in 10 Earth hours. The spin produces a strong Coriolis force, the sidelong force that shoves against a person walking across a merry-go-round, and the Coriolis force drives the spot. Where Lorentz used his tiny model of the Earth's weather to print crude lines on rolled paper, Marcus used far greater computer power to assemble striking color images. First he made contour plots. He could barely see what was going on. Then he made slides, and then he assembled the images into an animated movie. It was a revelation. Brilliant blues, reds, and yellows, a checkerboard pattern of rotating vortices coalesces into an oval with an uncanny resemblance to the great red spot in NASA's animated film of the real thing. You see this large-scale spot, happy as a clam amid the small-scale chaotic flow. And the chaotic flow is soaking up energy like a sponge, he said. You see these little tiny filamentary structures in a background sea of chaos. The spot is a self-organizing system, created and regulated by the same non-linear twists that create the unpredictable turmoil around it. It is stable chaos. A geometry of nature. A picture of reality built up over the years in Benoit Mandelbrot's mind In 1960, it was a ghost of an idea, a faint, unfocused image. But Mandelbrot recognized it when he saw it. And there it was on the blackboard in Henrik Hotaka's office. Mandelbrot was a mathematical jack of all trades who'd been adopted and sheltered by the pure research wing of the International Business Machine Corporation. He'd been dabbling in economics, studying the distribution of large and small incomes in an economy. Hotaka, a Harvard economics professor, had invited Mandelbrot to give a talk, and when the young mathematician arrived at the Ladar Center, the stately economics building just north of Harvard Yard, he was startled to see his finding already charted on the older man's blackboard. Mandelbrot made a perilous joke. How should my diagram have materialized ahead of my lecture? But Hotaka didn't know what Mandelbrot was talking about. The diagram had nothing to do with the income distribution. It represented 8 years of cotton prices. From Hotaka's point of view, too, there was something strange about this chart. Economists generally assumed that the price of a commodity like cotton danced to two different beats, one orderly and one random. Over the long term, prices will be driven steadily by real forces in the economy, the rise and fall of the New England textile industry, or the opening of international trade routes. Over the short term, prices would bounce around more or less randomly. Unfortunately, Hotaka's data failed to match his expectations. There were too many large jumps. Most price changes were small, of course, but the ratio of small changes to large was not as high as he had expected. Distribution did not fall off quickly enough. It had a long tail. The standard model for plotting variation was and is the bell-shaped curve. In the middle, where the hump of the bell rises, most data cluster around the average. On the sides, the low-high extremes fall off rapidly. A statistician uses a bell-shaped curve the way an internist uses a stethoscope as the instrument of first resort. It represents the normal distribution. The point is that when things vary, they try to stay near an average point, and they manage to scatter around the average in a reasonably smooth way. No matter how he plotted them, Hotaka could not make the changes in cotton prices fit the bell-shaped model, but they made a picture whose silhouette Mandelbrot was beginning to see in surprisingly disparate places. Unlike most mathematicians, he confronted problems by depending on his intuition about patterns and shapes. He mistrusted analysis, but he trusted his mental pictures, and he already had the idea that other laws with different behavior could govern random stochastic phenomena. When he went back to the giant IBM research center in Yorktown Heights, New York, in the hills of northern Westchester County, he carried Hotaka's cotton data in a box of computer cards. Then he sent to the Department of Agriculture in Washington for more, dating back to 1900. Like scientists in other fields, economists were crossing the threshold into the computer era, slowly realizing that they would have the power to collect and organize and manipulate information on a scale that had been unimaginable before. Not all kinds of information were available, though, and information that could be rounded up still had to be turned into some usable form. The key punch here was just beginning, too. In the hard sciences, investigators found it easier to amass their thousands or millions of data points. Economists, like biologists, dealt with a world of willful living beings. Economists studied the most elusive creatures of all. But at least the economist's environment produced a constant supply of numbers. From Mandelbrot's point of view, cotton prices made an ideal data source. Records were complete, and they were old, dating back continuously a century or more. Cotton was a piece of the buying and selling universe with a centralized market, and therefore centralized record keeping. Because at the turn of the century, all the South's cotton flowed through the New York Exchange en route to New England, and Liverpool's prices were linked to New York's as well. Although economists had little to go on when it came to analyzing commodity prices or stock prices, that didn't mean they lacked a fundamental viewpoint about how price changes worked. On the contrary, they shared certain articles of faith. One was a conviction that small transient changes had nothing in common with large long-term changes. Fast fluctuations came randomly. The small-scale ups and downs during a day's transactions are just noise, unpredictable, uninteresting. Long-term changes, however, are a different species entirely. The broad swings of prices over months or years or decades are determined by deep macroeconomic forces. The trends of war or recession, forces that should, in theory, give way to understanding. On the one hand, the buzz of short-term fluctuation, on the other, the signal of long-term change. As it happened, that dichotomy had no place in the picture of reality that Mandelbrot was developing. Instead of separating tiny changes from grand ones, his picture bound them together. He was looking for patterns, not at one scale or another, but across every scale. It was far from obvious how to draw the picture he had in mind, but he knew there would have to be a kind of symmetry, not a symmetry of right and left or top and bottom, but rather a symmetry of large scales and small. Indeed, when Mandelbrot sifted the cotton price data through IBM's computers, he found the astonishing results he was seeking. The numbers that produced aberration from the point of view of normal distribution produced symmetry from the point of view of scaling. Each particular price change was random and unpredictable. But the sequence of changes was independent of scale. Curves for daily price changes and monthly price changes matched perfectly. Incredibly, analyzed Mandelbrot's way, the degree of variation had remained constant over a tumultuous 60-year period that saw 2 world wars and a depression. Within the most disorderly reams of data lived an unexpected kind of order. Given the arbitrariness of the numbers that he was examining, why, Mandelbrot asked himself, should any law hold at all? And why should it apply equally well to personal incomes and cotton prices? In truth, Mandelbrot's background in economics was as meager as his ability to communicate with economists. When he published an article on his findings, it was preceded by an explanatory article by one of his students who repeated Mandelbrot's material in economists' English. Mandelbrot moved on to other interests, but he took with him a growing determination to explore the phenomenon of scaling. It seemed to be a quality with a life of its own, a signature. In the history of chaos, Mandelbrot made his own way. Yet the picture of reality that was forming in his mind in 1960 evolved from an oddity into full-fledged geometry. To the physicists expanding on the work of people like Lorentz, Smale, York, and May, this prickly mathematician remained a sideshow, but his techniques and his language became an inseparable part of their new science. Benoit Mandelbrot was born in Warsaw in 1924 to a Lithuanian Jewish family. His father, a clothing wholesaler, his mother, a dentist. Alert to geopolitical reality, the family moved to Paris in 1936, drawn in part by the presence of Mandelbrot's uncle, Zoltan Mandelbrot, a mathematician. When the war came, the family stayed just ahead of the Nazis once again, abandoning everything but a few suitcases and joining the stream of refugees who clogged the road south from Paris. They finally reached the town of Tours. His schooling was irregular and discontinuous. He claimed never to have learned the alphabet or, more significantly, multiplication tables past the fives. Still, he had a gift. When Paris was liberated, he took and passed the month-long oral written admissions examination for École Normale and the École Polytechnique, despite his lack of preparation. Among other elements, the test had a vestigial examination in drawing, and Mandelbrot discovered a latent facility for copying the Venus de Milo. On the mathematical sections of the test, exercises in formal algebra and integrated analysis, he managed to hide his lack of training with the help of his geometrical intuition. He had realized that given an analytic problem, he could almost always think of it in terms of some shape in his mind. Given a shape, he could find ways of transforming it, altering its symmetries, making it more harmonious. Often his transformations led directly to a solution of the analogous problem. In physics and chemistry, where he could not apply geometry, he got poor grades. But in mathematics questions, he could never have answered using proper techniques, melted away in the face of his manipulations of shapes. In a 30-year journey from obscurity to eminence, he never saw his work embraced by the many disciplines toward which he directed it. Even mathematicians would say, without apparent malice, that whatever Mandelbrot was, he was not one of them. Early in his time at IBM, soon after his study of commodity prices, he came upon a practical problem of intense concern to his corporate patrons. Engineers were perplexed by the problem of noise in telephone lines used to transmit information from computer to computer. Electric current carries the information in discrete packets, and engineers knew that the stronger they made the current, the better it would be at drowning out the noise. But they found that some spontaneous noise could never be eliminated. Once in a while, it would wipe out a piece of signal, creating an error. Although by its nature the transmission noise was random, it was well known to come in clusters. Periods of errorless communication would be followed by periods of errors. By talking to the engineers, Mandelbrot soon learned that there was a piece of folklore about the errors that had never been written down, because it matched none of the standard ways of thinking. The more closely they looked at the clusters, the more complicated the patterns of errors seemed. Mandelbrot provided a way of describing the distribution of errors that predicted exactly the observed patterns. Yet it was exceedingly peculiar. For one thing, it made it impossible to calculate an average rate of errors. On average, in Mandelbrot's scheme, errors approached infinite sparseness. His description worked by making deeper and deeper separations between periods of clean transmission and periods of errors. Suppose you divided a day into hours. An hour might pass with no errors at all. Then an hour might contain errors. Then an hour might pass with no errors. But suppose you then divided the hour with errors into smaller periods of 20 minutes. You would find that here too, some periods will be completely clean, while some would contain a burst of errors. In fact, Mandelbrot argued, contrary to intuition, that you could never find a time during which errors were scattered continuously. Within any burst of errors, no matter how short, there would always be periods of completely error-free transmission. Furthermore, he discovered a consistent geometric relationship between the bursts of errors and the spaces of clean transmission. On scales of an hour or a second, the proportion of error-free periods remained constant. Once, to Mandelbrot's horror, a batch of data seemed to contradict his scheme, but it turned out that the engineers had failed to record the most extreme cases, on the assumption that they were irrelevant. Engineers had no framework for understanding Mandelbrot's description, but mathematicians did. In effect, Mandelbrot was duplicating an abstract construction known as the Cantor set, after the 19th century mathematician George Cantor. To make a Cantor set, you start with the interval of numbers from 0 to 1, represented by a line segment. Then you remove the middle third. That leaves 2 segments, and you remove the middle third of each, from 1/9 to 2/9, and from 7/9 to 8/9. That leaves 4 segments, and you remove the middle third of each, and so on to infinity. What remains? A strange dust of points, arranged in clusters, infinitely many yet infinitely sparse. Mandelbrot was thinking of transmission errors as a Cantor set arranged in time. This highly abstract description had practical weight for scientists trying to decide between different strategies of controlling error. In particular, it meant that instead of trying to increase signal strength to drown out more and more noise, engineers should settle for a modest signal, accept the inevitability of errors, and use a strategy of redundancy to catch and correct them. Mandelbrot also changed the way IBM's engineers thought about the cause of noise. Bursts of errors had always sent the engineers looking for a man sticking a screwdriver somewhere, but Mandelbrot's scaling patterns suggested that the noise would never be explained on the basis of specific local events. Mandelbrot turned to other data, drawn from the world's rivers. Egyptians have kept records of the height of the Nile for millennia. It is a matter of more than passing concern. The Nile suffers unusually great variation, flooding heavily in some years and subsiding in others. Mandelbrot classified the variation in terms of 2 kinds of effects, common in economics as well, which he called the Noah and Joseph effects. The Noah effect means discontinuity. When a quantity changes, it can change almost arbitrarily fast. Economists traditionally imagined that prices change smoothly, rapidly or slowly, as the case may be, but smoothly in the sense that they pass through all the intervening levels on their way from one point to another. That image of motion was borrowed from physics, like much of the mathematics applied to economics. But it was wrong. Prices can change in instantaneous jumps as swiftly as a piece of news can flash across a teletype wire, and 1,000 brokers can change their minds. The stock market strategy was doomed to fail, Mandelbrot argued, if it assumed that a stock would have to sell for $50 at some point on its way down from $60 to $10. The Joseph effect means persistence. There came 7 years of great plenty throughout the land of Egypt, and there shall arise after them 7 years of famine. If the biblical legend meant to imply periodicity, it was oversimplified, of course. But floods and droughts do persist. Despite an underlying randomness, the longer a place has suffered drought, the likelier it is to suffer more. Furthermore, mathematical analysis of the Nile's height showed that persistence applied over centuries as well as over decades. The Noah and Joseph effects push in different directions, but they add up to this. Trends in nature are real, but they can vanish as quickly as they come. Discontinuity, bursts of noise, cantor dusts, phenomena like these had no place in the geometrics of the past 2,000 years. The shapes of classical geometry are lines and planes, circles and spheres, triangles and cones. They represent a powerful abstraction of reality, and they inspired a powerful philosophy of Platonic harmony. Euclid made of them a geometry that lasted 2 millennia, the only geometry still that most people ever learned. Artists found an ideal beauty in them. Ptolemaic astronomers built a theory of the universe out of them, but for understanding complexity, they turn out to be the wrong kind of abstraction. Clouds are not spheres, Mandelbrot is fond of saying. Mountains are not cones. Lightning does not travel in a straight line. The new geometry mirrors a universe that is rough, not rounded, scabrous, not smooth. It is a geometry of the pitted, pocked, and broken up, the twisted, tangled, and intertwined. The understanding of nature's complexity awaited a suspicion that the complexity was not just random, not just accident. It required a faith that the interesting feature of a lightning bolt's path, for example, was not its direction, but rather the distribution of zigs and zags. Mandelbrot's work made a claim about the world. The claim was that such odd shapes carry meaning. The pits and tangles are more than blemishes distorting the classic shapes of Euclidean geometry. They are often the keys to the essence of a thing. What is the essence of a coastline, for example? Mandelbrot asked this question in a paper that became a turning point for his thinking. How long is the coast of Britain? Mandelbrot had come across the coastline question in an obscure posthumous article by an English scientist, Louis F. Richardson, who grappled with a surprising number of the issues that later became part of chaos. He wrote about numerical weather prediction in the 1920s, studied fluid turbulence by throwing a sack of white parsnips into the Cape Cod Canal, and asked in a 1926 paper, does the wind possess a velocity? The question, at first sight foolish, improves on acquaintance, he wrote. Wondering about coastlines and wiggly national borders, Richardson checked encyclopedias in Spain and Portugal, Belgium and the Netherlands, and discovered discrepancies of 20% in the estimated lengths of their common frontiers. Mandelbrot's analysis of this question struck listeners as either painfully obvious or absurdly false. He found that most people answered the question in one of two ways. I don't know, it's not my field, or I don't know, but I'll look it up in the encyclopedia. In fact, he argued, any coastline is, in a sense, infinitely long. In another sense, the answer depends on the length of your ruler. Consider one plausible method of measuring. A surveyor takes a set of dividers, opens them to a length of 1 yard, and walks them along the coastline. Now, the resulting number of yards is just an approximation of the true length, because the dividers skip over twists and turns smaller than 1 yard, but the surveyor writes the number down anyway. Then he sets the dividers to a smaller length, say 1 foot, and repeats the process. He arrives at a somewhat greater length because the dividers will capture more of the detail, and it will take more than 3 1-foot steps to cover the distance previously covered by a 1-yard step. He writes this new number down, sets the dividers at 4 inches, and starts again. This mental experiment using imaginary dividers is a way of quantifying the effect of observing an object from different distances at different scales. An observer trying to estimate the length of England's coastline from a satellite will make a smaller guess than an observer trying to walk its coves and beaches, who will make a smaller guess in turn than a snail negotiating every pebble. Since Euclidean measurements, length, depth, thickness, failed to capture the essence of irregular shapes, Mandelbrot turned to a different idea, the idea of dimension. Dimension specify a point, for example, longitude, latitude, and altitude. The three dimensions are imagined as directions at right angles to one another. This is still the legacy of Euclidean geometry, where space has three dimensions. A plane has two, a line has one, and a point has zero. The process of abstraction that allowed Euclid to conceive of one or two-dimensional objects spills over easily into our use of everyday objects. A road map, for all practical purposes, is quintessential two-dimensional thing, a piece of a plane. It uses its two dimensions to carry information of a precisely two-dimensional kind. In reality, of course, road maps are as three-dimensional as everything else, but their thickness is so slight and so irrelevant to their purpose that it can be forgotten. Effectively, a road map remains two-dimensional even when it's folded up. In the same way, a thread is effectively one-dimensional, and a particle has effectively no dimension at all. Then, what is the dimension of a ball of twine? Mandelbrot answered, it depends on your point of view. From a great distance, the ball is no more than a point, with zero dimensions. From closer, the ball is seen to fill spherical space, taking up three dimensions. From closer still, the twine comes into view, and the object becomes effectively one-dimensional, though the one dimension is certainly tangled up around itself in a way that makes use of three-dimensional space. And on toward microscopic perspectives. Twine turns to three-dimensional columns. The columns resolve themselves into one-dimensional fibers. The solid material dissolves into zero-dimensional points. What about in between? Well, surely there was no clear boundary at which a ball of twine changes from a three-dimensional to a one-dimensional object. Yet, far from being a weakness, the ill-defined nature of these transitions led to a new idea about the problem of dimensions. Mandelbrot moved beyond dimensions 0, 1, 2, 3 to a seeming impossibility, fractional dimensions. The notion is a conceptual high-wire act. For non-mathematicians, it requires a willing suspension of disbelief. Yet it proves extraordinarily powerful. Fractional dimension becomes a way of measuring qualities that otherwise have no clear definition. The degree of roughness or brokenness or irregularity in an object. A twisting coastline, for example, despite its immeasurability in terms of length, nevertheless has a certain characteristic degree of roughness. Mandelbrot specify ways of calculating the fraction and dimension of real objects, given some technique of constructing a shape or given some data, and he allowed his geometry to make a claim about the irregular patterns that he had studied in nature. The claim was that the degree of irregularity remains constant over different scales. Surprisingly often, the claim turns out to be true. Over and over again, the world displays a irregularity. One wintry afternoon in 1975, aware of the parallel currents emerging in physics, preparing his first major work for publication in book form, Mandelbrot decided he needed a name for his shapes, his dimensions, and his geometry. His son was home from school, and Mandelbrot found himself thumbing through the boy's Latin dictionary. He came across the adjective fractus, from the verb frangere, to break. The resonance, the main English cognates, fracture, and fraction seemed appropriate. Mandelbrot created the word, noun, and adjective English and French, fractal. In pursuing this path, Mandelbrot had two great advantages over the few other mathematicians who had thought about such shapes. One was his access to the computing resources that go with the name of IBM. Here was another task ideally suited to the computer's particular form of high-speed idiocy. Just as meteorologists needed to perform the same few calculations at millions of neighboring points in the atmosphere, Mandelbrot needed to perform an easy program transformation again and again and again. Ingenuity could conceive of transformations. Computers could draw them, sometimes with unexpected results. The early 20th century mathematicians quickly reached the barrier of hard calculation, like the barrier faced by early photobiologists without microscopes. In looking into a universe of finer and finer detail, the imagination can carry one only so far. Mandelbrot's picture of reality was beginning to come into focus now. His studies of irregular patterns in natural processes and his exploration of infinitely complex shapes had an intellectual intersection, a quality of self-simplicity. Above all, fractal meant self-similar. Self-similarity is symmetry across scale. It implies recursion, pattern inside of a pattern. Mandelbrot's price charts and river charts displayed self-similarity because not only did they produce detail at finer and finer scales, they also produced detail with certain constant measurements. Self-similarity is an easily recognizable quality. Its images are everywhere in the culture, in mirrors, or in the cartoon notion of a fish eating a smaller fish, eating a smaller fish, eating a smaller fish. How big is it? How long does it last? These are the most basic questions a scientist can ask about a thing. They are so basic to the way people conceptualize the world that it is not easy to see that they imply a certain bias. They suggest that size and duration, qualities that depend on scale, are qualities with meaning, qualities that can help describe an object or classify it. When a biologist describes a human being or a physicist describes a quark, how big and how long are indeed appropriate questions. In their gross physical structure, animals are very much tied to a particular scale. Imagine a human being scaled up to twice its size, keeping all proportions the same, and you imagine a structure whose bones will collapse under its weight. Scale is important. The physics of earthquake behavior is mostly independent of scale. A large earthquake is just a scaled-up version of a small earthquake. That distinguishes earthquakes from animals. For example, a 10-inch animal must be structured quite differently from a 1-inch animal. A 100-inch animal needs a different architecture still if its bones are not to snap under the increased mass. Clouds, on the other hand, are scaling phenomena like earthquakes. Their characteristic irregularity, describable in terms of fractal dimension, changes not at all as they are observed on different scales. That is why air travelers lose all perspective on how far away a cloud is. Without help from cues such as haziness, a cloud 20 feet away can be indistinguishable from 2,000 feet away. Indeed, analysis of satellite pictures has shown an invariant fractal dimension in clouds observed from hundreds of miles away. It's hard to break the habit of thinking of things in terms of how big they are and how long they last. But the claim of fractal geometry is that for some elements of nature, looking for a characteristic scale becomes a distraction. Hurricane, by definition, it is a storm of a certain size, but the definition is imposed by people on nature. In reality, atmospheric scientists are realizing that tumult in the air forms a continuum from the dusty swirling of litter on a city street corner to the vast cyclonic systems visible from space. Categories mislead. The ends of the continuum are of a piece with the middle. It happens that the equations of fluid flow are in many contexts dimensionless, meaning that they apply without regard to scale. Scaled-down airplane wings and ship propellers can be tested in wind tunnels and laboratory basins, and with some limitations, small storms act like large storms. Blood vessels from aorta to crepidarius form another kind of continuum. They branch and divide and branch again until they become so narrow that blood cells are forced to slide through single file. The nature of their branching is fractal. Their structure resembles one of the monstrous imaginary objects conceived by Mandelbrot's turn-of-the-century mathematicians. As a matter of physiological necessity, blood vessels must perform a bit of dimensional magic. The circulatory system must squeeze a huge surface area into a limited volume. In terms of the body's resources, blood is expensive and space is at a premium. The fractal structure nature has devised works so efficiently that in most tissue no cell is ever more than 3 or 4 cells away from a blood vessel. Yet the vessels and blood take up little space, no more than about 5% of the body. It is, as Mandelbrot put it, the merchant of Venice syndrome. Not only can't you take a pound of flesh without spilling blood, you can't take a milligram. This exquisite structure, actually 2 intertwining trees of veins and arteries, is far from exceptional. The body is filled with such complexity. In the digestive tract, tissue reveals undulations within undulations. The lungs, too, need to pack the greatest possible surface into the smallest space. An animal's ability to absorb oxygen is roughly proportional to the surface area of its lungs. Typical human lungs pack in a surface bigger than a tennis court. As an added complication, The labyrinth of windpipes must merge efficiently with the arteries and veins. Not immediately, but a decade after Mandelbrot published his physiological speculations, some theoretical biologists began to find fractal organization controlling structures all through the body. The standard exponential description of bronchial branching proved to be quite wrong. A fractal description turned out to fit the data. The urinary collecting system proved fractal. The biliary duct in the liver, the network of special fibers in the heart that carry pulses of electric current to the contracting muscles. Mandelbrot glided matter-of-factly from pulmonary and vascular trees to real botanical trees, trees that need to capture sun and resist wind, with fractal branches and fractal leaves. The theoretical biologists began to speculate that fractal scaling was not just common, but universal in morphogenesis. They argued that understanding how such patterns were encoded and processed had become a major challenge to biology. If one scientist announces that a thing is probably true and another demonstrates it with vigor, which one has done more to advance science? Is the making of a conjecture an act of discovery, or is it just a cold-blooded staking out of a claim? Mathematicians have always faced such issues, but the debate became more intense as computers began to play their new role. Those who used computers to conduct experiments became more like laboratory scientists, playing by rules that allowed discovery without the usual theorem proof of the standard mathematics paper. Mandelbrot's book was wide-ranging and stuffed with the minutiae of mathematical history. Wherever chaos led, Mandelbrot had some basis to claim that he'd been there first. Little did it matter that most readers found his references obscure or even useless. They had to acknowledge his extraordinary intuition for the direction of advances in fields that he had never actually studied. From seismology to physiology, it was something uncanny and sometimes irritating. Even an admirer would cry with exasperation, Mandelbrot didn't have everybody's thoughts before they did. It hardly matters. The face of genius need not always wear an Einstein saint like me. In the end, the word fractal came to stand for a way of describing, calculating, and thinking about shapes that are irregular and fragmented, jagged and broken up. Shapes from the crystalline curves of snowflakes to the discontinuous dusts of galaxies. A fractal curve implies an organizing structure that lies hidden among the hideous complication of such shapes. High school students could understand fractals and play with them. Simple computer programs to draw fractal pictures made the rounds of personal computer hobbyists. Mandelbrot found his most enthusiastic acceptance among applied scientists working with oil or rock or metals, particularly in corporate research centers. By the middle of the 1980s, vast numbers of scientists at Exxon's huge research facility, for example, worked on fractal problems. At General Electric, fractals became an organizing principle in the study of polymers, and also, though his work was conducted secretly, in problems of nuclear reactor safety. In Hollywood, fractals found their most whimsical application in the creation of phenomenally realistic landscapes, earthly and extraterrestrial, in special effects for movies. Patterns discovered in the early 1970s, with complex boundaries between orderly and chaotic behavior, had unsuspected regularities that could only be described in terms of the relation of large scales to small. The structures that provided the key to nonlinear dynamics proved to be fractal. And on the most immediate practical level, fractal geometry also provided a set of tools that were taken up by physicists, chemists, seismologists, metallurgists, probability theorists, and physiologists. These researchers were convinced, and they tried to convince others, that Mandelbrot's new geometry was nature's own. They made an irrefutable impact on orthodox mathematics and physics as well. But Mandelbrot himself never gained the full respect of those communities. Even so, they had to acknowledge him. One mathematician told friends that he had awakened one night still shaking from a nightmare. In this dream, the mathematician was dead, and suddenly heard the unmistakable voice of God. "You know," he remarked, "there really was something to that Mandelbrot." The notion of self-similarity strikes ancient chords in our culture. An old strain in Western thought honors the idea. Leibniz imagined that a drop of water contained a whole teeming universe, containing in turn water drops and new universes within. sperm were first discovered, each was thought to be a homonucleus, a human, tiny but fully formed. But self-similarity withered as a scientific principle for a good reason. It didn't fit the facts. The early sense of self-similarity as an organizing principle came from the limitations on the human experience of scale. How else to imagine the very great and the very small, the very fast and the very slow, but extensions of the known? The myth died hard as the human vision was extended by telescopes and microscopes. The first discoveries were realizations that each change of scale brought new phenomena and new kinds of behavior. For modern particle physicists, the process has never ended. Every new accelerator with its increase in energy and speed extends science's field of view to tinier particles and briefer timescales, and every extension seems to bring new information. At first blush, the idea of consistency on new scales seems to provide less information. In part, that is because a parallel trend in science has been toward reductionism. Scientists break things apart and look at them one at a time. If they want to examine the interaction of subatomic particles, they put two or three together. There is complication enough. The power of self-similarity there begins at much greater levels of complexity. It is a matter of looking at the whole. Self-similarity was implicit in Edward Lorentz's work. It was part of his intuitive understanding of the fine structure of the maps made by his system of equations, a structure he could sense but not see on the computers available in 1963. Scaling also became part of a movement in physics that led more directly than Mandelbrot's own work to the discipline known as chaos. Even in distant fields, scientists were beginning to think in terms of theories that used hierarchies of scales, as in evolutionary biology, when it became clear that a full theory would have to recognize patterns of development in genes, in individual organisms, in species, and in families of species all at once. Paradoxically, perhaps the appreciation of scaling phenomena must have come from the same kind of expansion of human vision that had killed the early and naive ideas of self-similarity. By the late 20th century, in ways never before conceivable, images of the incomprehensibly small and the unimaginably large became part of everyone's experience. The culture saw photographs of galaxies and of atoms. No one had to imagine what the universe might be like on microscopic or telescopic scales. Microscopes and telescopes made those images part of everyday experience. Given the eagerness of the mind to find analogies in experience, new kinds of comparison between large and small were inevitable, and some of them were productive. It was to be the physicists, after all, who made a new science of chaos. Mandelbrot provided an indispensable language in the catalog of surprising pictures of nature. As Mandelbrot himself acknowledged, his program described better than it explained. He could list elements of nature along with their factual dimensions, seacoasts, river networks, tree bark galaxies, and scientists could use those numbers to make predictions. But physicists wanted to know more. They wanted to know why. There were forms in nature, not visible forms, but shapes embedded in the fabric of motion, waiting to be revealed. Universality. A few dozen yards upstream from a waterfall, a smooth flowing stream seems to intuit the coming drop. Water begins to speed and shudder. Individual rivulets stand out like coarse throbbing veins. Mitchell Feigenbaum stands at the stream side, sweating slightly in sports coat and corduroys and puffing on a cigarette. He's been walking with friends, but they have gone on ahead to the quieter pools upstream. Suddenly, in what might be a demented high-speed parody of a tennis spectator, he starts turning his head from side to side. You can focus on something, a bit of foam or something. If you move your head fast enough, you can all of a sudden discern the whole structure of the surface, and you can feel it in your stomach. He draws in more smoke from his cigarette. But for anyone with a mathematical background, if you look at this stuff, or you see clouds with all their puffs on top of puffs, or stand at a seawall in a storm, you know that you really don't know anything. Order in chaos. It was science's oldest cliche. The idea of hidden unity and common underlying form in nature had an intrinsic appeal, and it had an unfortunate history of inspiring pseudoscientists and cranks. When Feigenbaum came to Los Alamos National Laboratory in 1974, A year shy of his 30th birthday, he knew that if physicists were to make something of the idea now, they would need a practical framework, a way to turn ideas into calculations. It was far from obvious how to make a first approach to the problem. Feigenbaum was hired by Peter Carruthers, a calm, deceptively genial physicist who came from Cornell in 73 to take over the theoretical division. His first act was to dismiss a half-dozen senior scientists. Los Alamos provided staff with no equivalent of university tenure, and to replace them with some bright young researchers of his own choosing. As a scientific manager, he had strong ambition, but he knew from experience that good science cannot always be planned. Feigenbaum brought to Los Alamos a conviction that his science had failed to understand hard problems, non-linear problems. Although he had produced almost nothing as a physicist, he had accumulated an unusual intellectual background. He had a sharp working knowledge of the most challenging mathematical analysis, new kinds of computational technique that pushed most scientists to their limits. He had managed not to purge himself of some seemingly unscientific ideas from 18th century romanticism. He wanted to do science that would be new. He began by putting aside any thought of understanding real complexity and instead turned to the simplest non-linear equations that he could find. The mystery of the universe first announced itself to the 4-year-old Mitchell Feigenbaum through a Silvertone radio sitting in his parents' living room in the Flatbush section of Brooklyn soon after the war. He was dizzy with the thought of music arriving. New York, who made their way to brilliant careers via the great public high schools, in his case Samuel J. Tilton, and then City College. Growing up smart in Brooklyn was in some measure a matter of steering an uneven course between the world of mind and the world of other people. He was immensely gregarious when very young, which he regarded as a key to not being beaten up, but something clicked when he realized he could learn things. He became more and more detached from his friends. Ordinary conversation couldn't hold his interest. Sometime in his last year of college, it struck him that he had missed his adolescence, and he made a deliberate project out of regaining touch with humanity. He would sit silently in the cafeteria, listening to students chatting about shaving or food. And gradually, he relearned much of the science of talking to people. He graduated in 1964, went on to MIT, where he got his doctorate in elementary particle physics in 1970. Then he spent a fruitless 4 years at Cornell and at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute. Fruitless, that is, in terms of the steady publication of work on manageable problems that is essential for a young university scientist. Postdocs were supposed to produce papers. Occasionally, an advisor would ask Feigenbaum what had happened to some problem, and he'd say, "Oh, I understood it." Newly installed at Los Alamos, Carruthers, formidable scientist in his own right, prided himself on his ability to spot talent. He looked not for intelligence, but for a sort of creativity that seemed to flow from some magic gland. He always remembered the case of Kenneth Wilson, another soft-spoken Cornell physicist who seemed to be producing absolutely nothing. Anyone who talked to Wilson for long realized that he had a deep capacity for seeing into physics. So the question of Wilson's tenure became a subject of serious debate. The physicists willing to gamble on his unproven potential prevailed, and it was as if a dam burst. Not one, but a flood of papers came forth from Wilson's desk drawers, including work that won him the Nobel Prize in 1982. Wilson's great contribution to physics, along with work by two other physicists, Leo Kadanoff and Michael Fisher, was an important ancestor of chaos theory. These men, working independently, were all thinking in different ways about what happened in phase transitions. They were studying the behavior of matter near the point where it changes from one state to another, from liquid to gas, or from unmagnetized to magnetized. As singular boundaries between two realms of existence, phase transitions tend to be highly non-linear in their mathematics. The smooth and predictable behavior of matter in any one phase tends to be little help in understanding the transitions. A pot of water on the stove heats up in a regular way until it reaches the boiling point. Then the change in temperature pauses while something quite interesting happens at the molecular interface between liquid and gas. As Kadanoff viewed the problem in the 1960s, these transitions pose an intellectual puzzle. Think of a block of metal being magnetized as it goes into an altered state. It must make a decision. Magnet can be oriented one way or the other. It is free to choose, but each tiny piece of the metal must make the same choice. How? Somehow, in the process of choosing, the atoms of the metal must communicate information to one another. Kadanoff's insight was that the communication can be most simply described in terms of scaling. In effect, he imagined dividing the metal into boxes. Each box communicates with its immediate neighbors. The way to describe that communication is the same as the way to describe the communication of any atom with its neighbors. Hence, the usefulness of scaling. The best way to think of the metal is in terms of a fractal-like model with boxes of all different sizes. Much mathematical analysis and much experience with real systems was needed to establish the power of the scaling idea. Kadanoff felt that he had taken an unwieldy business and created a world of extreme beauty and self-contentedness. Part of the beauty lay in its universality. Kadanoff's idea gave a backbone to the most striking fact about critical phenomena, namely that these seemingly unrelated transitions, the boiling of liquids, magnetizing of metals, all follow the same rules. As a graduate student at MIT, Feigenbaum had an experience that stayed with him for many years. He was walking with friends around the Lincoln Reservoir in Boston. He was developing a habit of taking 4- and 5-hour walks, attuning himself to the panoply of impressions and ideas that would flow through his mind. On this day, he became detached from the group and walked alone. He passed some picnickers, and as he moved away, he glanced back every so often, hearing the sound of their voices, watching the motions of hands gesticulating or reaching for food. Suddenly, he felt that the tableau had crossed some threshold into incomprehensibility. The figures were too small to be made out. The action seemed disconnected, arbitrary, random. What faint sound reached him had lost meaning. The ceaseless motion and incomprehensible bustle of life. Feigenbaum recalled the words of Gustav Mahler describing a sensation that he tried to capture in the third movement of his Second Symphony, like the motions of dancing figures in a brilliantly lit ballroom into which you look from the dark night outside, and from such a distance that the music is inaudible. Life may appear senseless to you. Feigenbaum was listening to Mahler, reading Goethe, immersing himself in their high romantic attitudes. Inevitably, it was Goethe's Faust he most reveled in, soaking up its combination of the most passionate ideas about the world with the most intellectual. Without some romantic inclinations, he surely would have dismissed the sensation like his confusion at the reservoir. After all, why shouldn't phenomena lose meaning as they are seen from greater distances? Physical laws provide a trivial explanation for their shrinking. On second thought, the connection between shrinking and loss of meaning was not so obvious. Why should it be that as things become small, they also become incomprehensible? He tried quite seriously to analyze this experience in terms of the tools of theoretical physics, wondering what it could say about the brain's memory of perception. You see, some human transactions, and you make deductions about them. Given the vast amount of information available to your senses, how does your decoding apparatus sort it out? Clearly, or almost clearly, the brain does not own any direct copies of stuff in the world. There is no library of forms and ideas against which to compare the images of perception. Information is stored in a plastic way, allowing fantastic juxtapositions and leaps of imagination. Some chaos exists out there, and the brain seems to have more flexibility than classical physics in finding the order of it. When Feigenbaum began to think about nonlinearity at Los Alamos, he realized that his education had taught him nothing useful. To solve a system of nonlinear differential equations was impossible, notwithstanding the special examples constructed in textbooks. He read through texts of nonlinear flows and oscillations and decided that little existed to help a reasonable physicist. His computational equipment consisting solely of pencil and paper, Feigenbaum decided to start with a simple equation from population biology. It happened to be the equation high school students use in geometry to graph a parabola. It can be written as y equals r, x minus x. Every value of x produces a value of y, and the resulting curve expresses the relation of the two numbers for the range of values. If x, this year's population, is small, then y, next year's, is small but larger than x. The curve is rising steeply. If x is in the middle of the range, then y is large, but the parabola levels off and fall, so that if x is large, then y will be small again. That is what produces the equivalent of population crashes in ecological modeling, preventing unrealistic, unrestrained growth. The point was to use this simple calculation not once, but endlessly as a feedback loop. The output of one calculation was fed back as input for the next. To see what happened graphically, the parabola helped enormously. In spirit, nothing could have been further removed from the complex calculations of standard physics. Instead of a labyrinth scheme to be solved one time, this was a simple calculation performed over and over again. The numerical experimenter would watch, like a chemist peering at a reaction bubbling away inside a beaker. Here, the output was just a string of numbers, and it did not always converge to a steady final state. It could end up oscillating back and forth between two values, or it could keep on changing chaotically as long as anyone cared to watch. The choice among these different possible behaviors depended on the value of the tuning parameter. Feigenbaum carried out numerical work of this faintly experimental sort, and at the same time tried more traditional theoretical ways of analyzing nonlinear functions. Even so, he couldn't see the whole picture of what this equation could do. But he could see that the possibilities were already so complicated that they would be viciously hard to analyze. He also knew that three Los Alamos mathematicians, Nicholas Metropolis, Paul Stein, and Myron Stein, had studied such maps in 1971, and now Paul Stein warned him that the complexity was frightening indeed. If this simplest of equations already proved intractable, what about the far more complicated equations that a scientist would write down for real systems? Feigenbaum put the whole problem on the shelf. In the brief history of chaos, this one innocent-looking equation provides the most succinct example of how different sorts of scientists looked at one problem in many different ways. For biologists, it was an equation with a message. Simple systems can do complicated things. To Metropolis, Stein, and Stein, the problem was to catalog a collection of topological patterns without reference to any numerical values. They will begin the feedback process at a particular point from what the succeeding values bounce from place to place on the parabola. As the values moved to the right or the left, they wrote down sequences of R's and L's. These sequences had some interesting features to a mathematician. They always seemed to repeat in the same special order, but to a physicist, they looked obscure and tedious. No one realized it then, but Lorentz had looked at the same equation in 1964 as a metaphor for a deep question about climate. The question was so deep that almost no one thought to ask it before. Does a climate exist? That is, does the Earth's weather have a long-term average? Most meteorologists, then as now, took the answer for granted. Surely any measurable behavior, no matter how it fluctuates, must have an average. Yet on reflection, it's far from obvious. As Lorentz pointed out, the average weather for the past 12,000 years has been notably different than the average for the previous 12,000, when most of North America was covered by ice. Was there one climate that changed to another for some physical reason? Or is there an even longer-term climate within which those periods were just fluctuations? Or is it possible that a system like the weather may never converge to an average? Lorentz asked a second question. Suppose you could actually write down the complete set of equations that govern the weather. In other words, suppose you had God's own code. Could you then use the equations to calculate average statistics for temperature or rainfall? If the equations were linear, the answer would be an easy yes. But they're non-linear. Since God has not made the actual equations available, Lorentz instead examined the quadratic difference equation. Lorentz first examined what happened as the equation was iterated, given some parameter. With low parameters, he saw the equation reaching a stable fixed point. There, certainly, the system produced a climate in the most trivial sense possible. The weather never changed. With higher parameters, he saw the possibility of oscillation between 2 points, and there, too, the system converged to a simple average. But, beyond a certain point, Lorentz saw that chaos ensues. Since he was thinking about climate, he asked not only whether continual feedback would produce periodic behavior, but also what the average output would be, and recognized that the answer was that the average, too, fluctuated unstably. When the parameter value was changed ever so slightly, the average might change dramatically. By analogy, the Earth's climate might never settle reliably into an equilibrium with average long-term behavior. As he continued to explore the changing masks of dynamical systems, Lorentz realized that systems slightly more complicated could produce other kinds of unexpected patterns. Hiding within a particular system could be more than one stable solution. An observer might see one kind of behavior over a very long time, yet a completely different kind of behavior could be just as natural for the system. Such a system is called intransitive. It can stay in one equilibrium or the other, but not both. Only a kick from outside can force it to change states. In a trivial way, a standard pendulum clock is an intransitive system. A steady flow of energy comes in from a wind-up spring or a battery through an escapement mechanism. A steady flow of energy is drained out by friction. The obvious equilibrium state is a regular swinging motion. If a passerby bumps the clock, the pendulum might speed up or slow down from the momentary jolt, but it will quickly return to its equilibrium as well, a second valid solution to its equations of motion, and that is the state in which the pendulum is hanging straight down and not moving. A less trivial intransitive system, perhaps with several distinct regions of utterly different behavior, could be climate itself. Climatologists who use global computer models to simulate the long-term behavior of the Earth's atmosphere and oceans have known for several years that their models allow at least one dramatically different equilibrium. During the entire geological past, this alternative climate has never existed, but it could be an equally valid solution to the system of equations governing the Earth. It is what some climatologists call the white Earth climate, an Earth whose continents are covered by snow and whose oceans are covered by ice. A glaciated Earth would reflect 70% of the incoming solar radiation and so would stay extremely cold. The lowest layer of the atmosphere, the troposphere, would be much thinner. The storms that would blow across the frozen surface would be much smaller than the storms we know. In general, the climate would be less hospitable to life as we know it. Computer models have such a strong tendency to fall into the white Earth equilibrium that climatologists find themselves wondering why it has never come about. It may simply be a matter of chance. To push the Earth's climate into the glaciated state would require a huge kick from some external source. But Lorentz described yet another plausible kind of behavior called almost intransitivity. An almost intransitive system displays one sort of average behavior, still fluctuating within certain bounds. Then, for no reason whatsoever, it shifts into a different sort of behavior, still fluctuating, but producing a different average. The people who design computer models are aware of Lorentz's discovery, but they try at all costs to avoid almost intransitivity. It's too unpredictable. Their natural bias is to make models with a strong tendency to return to the equilibrium we measure every day on the real planet. Then, to explain large changes in climate, they look for external causes, changes in the Earth's orbit around the Sun, for example. Yet it takes no great imagination for a climatologist to see that almost intransitivity might well explain why the Earth's climate has drifted in and out of long ice ages at mysterious, irregular intervals. If so, no physical cause need be found for the time being. The ice ages may simply be a byproduct of chaos. The modern scientist nurses a certain nostalgia for the HP65 handheld calculator. In the few years of its supremacy, this machine changed many scientists' working habits forever. For Feigenbaum, it was the bridge between pencil and paper and a style of working with computers that had not yet been conceived. He knew nothing of Lorentz, but in the summer of 1975, at a gathering in Aspen, Colorado, he heard Steve Smale talk about some of the mathematical qualities of the same quadratic difference equation. Smale seemed to think that there was some interesting open question about the exact point at which the mapping changes from periodic to chaotic. As always, Smale had a sharp instinct for questions worth exploring. Feigenbaum decided to look into it once more. With his calculator, he began to use a combination of analytic algebra and numerical exploration to piece together an understanding of the quadratic map, concentrating on the boundary region between order and chaos. Metaphorically, but only metaphorically, he knew that his region was like the mysterious boundary between smooth flow and turbulence in a fluid. En route to chaos in this region was a cascade of period doublings, the splitting of 2 cycles into 4 cycles, 4 cycles into 8 cycles, and so on. These splittings made a fascinating pattern. They were the points at which a slight change in fecundity, for example, might lead a population of gypsy moths to change from a 4-year cycle to an 8-year cycle. Feigenbaum decided to begin by calculating the exact parameter values that produce the splittings. In the end, it was the slowness of the calculator that led him to a discovery that August. It took ages, minutes in fact, to calculate the exact parameter value of each period doubling. The higher up the chain he went, the longer it took. With a fast computer and the printout, Feigenbaum might have observed no pattern. But he had to write the number down by hand, and then he had to think about them while he was waiting. And then, to save time, he had to guess where the next answer would be. Yet, all in an instant, he saw that he did not have to guess. There was an unexpected regularity hidden in the system. The numbers were converging toward the horizon in a perspective drawing. If you know how big to make any 2 telephone poles, you know all the rest. The ratio of the second to the first will also be the ratio of the third to the second, and so on. The period doublings were not just coming faster and faster, but they were coming faster and faster at a constant rate. Why should this be so? Ordinarily, the presence of geometric convergence suggests that something somewhere is repeating itself on different scales. But if there was a scaling pattern inside this equation, no one had ever seen it. Feigenbaum calculated the ratio of convergence to the finest precision possible on his machine, 3 decimal places, and came up with a number, 4.669. Did this particular ratio mean anything? Feigenbaum did what anyone would do who cared about numbers. He spent the rest of the day trying to fit the number to all the standard constants, pi and so forth. It was a variant of none. Feigenbaum knew what he had because geometric convergence meant that something in this equation was scaling, and he knew that scaling was important. All of renormalization theory depended on it. In an apparently unruly system, scaling meant that some quality was being preserved while everything else changed. Some regularity lay beneath the turbulent surface of the equation, but where? It was hard to see what to do next. Summer turns rapidly to autumn in the rarefied Lausanne air, and October had nearly ended when Feigenbaum was struck by an odd thought. He knew that Metropolis, Stein and Stein had looked at other equations as well, and had found that certain patterns carried over from one sort of function to another. The same combinations of R's and L's appeared, and they appeared in the same order. One function had involved the sign of a number, a twist that made Feigenbaum's carefully worked out approach to the parabola equation irrelevant. He would have to start over. Calculating a trigonometry function made the process that much slower, and Feigenbaum wondered whether, as with the simpler version of the equation, he would be able to use a shortcut. Sure enough, scanning the numbers, he realized that they were again converging geometrically. It was simply a matter of calculating the convergence rate of this new equation. Again, his precision was limited, but he got a result to 3 decimal places, 4.669. It was the same number. Incredibly, this trigonometric function was not just displaying a consistent geometric regularity, it was displaying a regularity that was numerically identical to that of a much simpler function. No mathematical or physical theory existed to explain why 2 equations so different in form and meaning should lead to the same result. Feigenbaum called Paul Stein. Stein was not prepared to believe the coincidence on such scanty evidence. The precision was low after all. Nevertheless, Feigenbaum also called his parents in New Jersey to tell them that he'd stumbled across something profound. He told his mother it was going to make him famous. Then he started trying other functions, anything he could think of that went through a sequence of bifurcations on the way to disorder. Every one produced the same number. Feigenbaum had played with numbers all his life. When he was a teenager, he knew how to calculate logarithms and signs that most people would look up in tables. But he had never learned to use any computer bigger than his hand calculator, and in this, he was typical of physicists and mathematicians who tended to disdain the mechanistic thinking that computer work implied. Now, though, it was time. He asked a colleague to teach him Fortran, and by the end of the day, for a variety of functions, he'd calculated his constant to 5 decimal places, 4.66920. That night, he read about double precision in the manual, and the next day, he got as far as 4.669201690, enough precision to convince Stein. Feigenbaum wasn't quite sure that he convinced himself, though. He'd set out to look for regularity. That was what understanding mathematics meant. But he had also set out knowing that particular kinds of equations, just like particular physical systems, behave in special characteristic ways. These equations were simple after all. Feigenbaum understood the quadratic equation, he understood the sine equation, the mathematics was trivial. Yet something in the heart of these very different equations, repeating over and over again, created a simple number. He'd stumbled upon something, perhaps just a curiosity, perhaps a new law of nature. Imagine that a prehistoric zoologist decides that some things are heavier than other things. They have some abstract quality he calls weight. And he wants to investigate this idea scientifically. He's never actually measured weight, but he thinks he has some understanding of the idea. He looks at big snakes and little snakes, big bears and little bears, and he guesses that the weight of these animals might have some relationship to their size. He builds a scale and starts weighing snakes. To his astonishment, every snake weighs the same. To his consternation, every bear weighs the same too. And to his further amazement, bears weigh the same as snakes. They all weigh 4.669201690. Clearly, weight is not what he supposed. The whole concept requires rethinking. Rolling streams, swinging pendulums, electronic oscillators, many physical systems went through a transition on the way to chaos, and those transitions had remained too complicated for analysis. These were all systems whose mechanics seemed perfectly well understood. Physicists knew all the right equations, yet moving from the equations to an understanding of global long-term behavior seemed impossible. Unfortunately, the equations for fluids, even pendulums, were far more challenging than the simple one-dimensional logistic map. But Feigenbaum's discovery implied that those equations were beside the point. They were irrelevant. When order emerged, it suddenly seemed to have forgotten what the original equation was. Quadratic or trigonometric, the result was the same. The whole tradition of physics is that you isolate the mechanisms and all the rest follows, he said. That's completely falling apart. Here, you know the right equations, but they're just not helpful. You add up all the microscopic pieces, and you find that you cannot extend them to the long term. They're not what's important in the problem. It completely changes what it means to know something. Although the connection between numerics and physics was faint, Feigenbaum had found evidence that he needed to work out a new way of calculating complex non-linear problems. So far, all available techniques had depended on the details of the functions. If the function was a sine function, Feigenbaum's carefully worked out calculations were sine calculations. This discovery of universality meant that all those techniques would have to be thrown out. Regularity had nothing to do with sines. It had nothing to do with parabolas. It had nothing to do with particular function. But why? It was frustrating. Nature had pulled back a curtain for an instant and offered a glimpse of unexpected order. What else was behind the curtain? When inspiration came, it was in the form of a picture, a mental image of two small wavy forms and one big one. That was all, a bright, sharp image, etched in his mind, no more perhaps than the visible top of a vast iceberg of mental processing that had taken place below the waterline of consciousness. It had to do with scaling, and it gave Feigenbaum the path he needed. Feigenbaum was carrying out a program in physics, and strange as it seemed, it was almost a kind of experimental physics. Numbers and functions were his object of study. Instead of mesons and quarks, they had trajectories and orbits. He needed to inquire into their behavior. He needed, in a phrase that later became a cliche of the new science, to create intuition. His accelerator and his cloud chamber were the computer. Along with his theory, he was building a methodology. Ordinarily, a computer user would construct a problem, feed it in, and wait for the machine to calculate its solution. One problem, one solution. Feigenbaum and the chaos researchers who followed needed more. They needed to do what Lorenz had done, to create miniature universes and observe their evolution. Feigenbaum quickly discovered how ill-suited the computer facilities of Los Alamos were for the style of computing he wanted to develop. Despite enormous resources far greater than at most universities, Los Alamos had few terminals capable of displaying graphs and pictures, and those few were in the weapons division. Feigenbaum wanted to take numbers and plot them as points on a map. He had to resort to the most primitive method conceivable. Long rolls of printout paper with lines made by printing rows of spaces followed by an asterisk or a plus sign. The official policy of Los Alamos held that one big computer was worth far more than many little computers, a policy that went with the one problem, one solution tradition. Little computers were discouraged. Furthermore, any division's purchase of a computer would have to meet stringent government guidelines and a formal review. Only later, with the budgetary complicity of the theoretical division, did Feigenbaum become the recipient of a $20,000 desktop calculator. Then he could change his equations and pictures on the run, tweaking them and tuning them, playing the computer like a musical instrument. For now, the only terminals capable of serious graphics were in high security areas behind the fence in local parlance. Feigenbaum had to use a terminal hooked up by telephone lines to a central computer. The reality of working in such an arrangement made it hard to appreciate the raw power of the computer at the other end of the line. Even the simplest tasks took minutes. To edit a line of program meant pressing return and waiting while the terminal hummed incessantly, and the central computer played its electronic round robin with other users across the laboratory. While he was computing, he was thinking, what new mathematics could produce the multiple scaling patterns that he was observing? Something about these functions must be recursive, realized, self-referential, the behavior of one guided by the behavior of another hidden inside it. The wavy image that had come to him in a moment of inspiration expressed something about the way one function could be scaled to match another. He applied the mathematics of renormalization group theory, with its use of scaling to collapse infinities into manageable quantities. In the spring of 1976, he entered a mode of existence more intense than any he had lived through. He would concentrate as if in a trance, programming furiously, scribbling with his pencil, programming again. He could not call C Division for help because that would mean signing off the computer to use the telephone, and reconnection was chancing. He couldn't stop for more than 5 minutes thought because the computer would automatically disconnect his line. Every so often, the computer would go down anyway, leaving him shaking with adrenaline. He worked for 2 months without pause. His functional day was 22 hours. He would try to go to sleep in a kind of buzz and awaken 2 hours later with his thoughts exactly where he'd left them. His diet was strictly coffee. Even when healthy and at peace, Feigenbaum subsisted exclusively upon the reddest possible meat, coffee, and red wine. His friends speculated that he must be getting his vitamins from cigarettes. In the end, a doctor called it off. He prescribed a modest regimen of Valium and an enforced vacation. But by then, Feigenbaum had created a universal theory. Universality made the difference between beautiful and useful. Mathematicians, beyond a certain point, care little whether they are providing a technique for calculation. Physicists, beyond a certain point, need numbers. Universality offered the hope that by solving an easy problem, physicists could solve much harder problems. The answers would be the same. Further, by placing his theory in the framework of the renormalization group, Feigenbaum gave it a clothing that physicists would recognize as a tool for calculating, almost something standard. But what made universality useful also made it hard for physicists to believe. Universality meant that different systems would behave identically. Of course, Feigenbaum was only studying simple numerical functions, but he believed that his theory expressed a natural law about systems at the point of transition between orderly and turbulent. The physical implication was that real-world systems would behave in the same recognizable way, and that furthermore, it would be measurably the same. Feigenbaum's universality was not just qualitative, it was quantitative, not just structural, but metrical. It extended not just to patterns, but to precise numbers. For a physicist, that's strained credulity. Years later, Feigenbaum still kept in a desk drawer, where he could get at them quickly, his rejection letters. By then, he had all the recognition he needed. His Alamos work had won him prizes and awards that brought prestige and money, but it still rankled that editors of the top academic journals had deemed his work unfit for publication for 2 years after he began submitting it. The notion of a scientific breakthrough so original and unexpected that it cannot be published seems a slightly tarnished myth. Modern science, with its vast flow of information and its impartial system of peer review, is not supposed to be a matter of taste. But one editor who sent back a Feigenbaum manuscript recognized years later that he rejected a paper that was a turning point for the field. Yet he still argued that the paper had been unsuited to his journal's audience of applied mathematicians. In the meantime, even without publication, Feigenbaum's breakthrough became a superheated piece of news in certain circles of mathematics and physics. The kernel of theory was disseminated the way most science is not disseminated, through lectures and preprints. Described his work at conferences, and requests for photocopies of his papers came in by the score, and then by the hundreds. The movement had begun, and the discovery of universality spurred it forward. In the summer of 1977, two physicists, Joseph Ford and Giulio Casati, organized the first conference on a science called chaos. It was held in a gracious villa in Como, Italy, a tiny city at the southern foot of the lake of the same name, a stunningly deep blue catch basin for the melting snow from the Italian Alps. 100 people came, mostly physicists, but also curious scientists from other fields. Mitch had seen universality and found out how it scaled and worked out a way of getting to chaos that was intuitively appealing, Ford said. It was the first time we had a clear model that everybody could understand. And it was one of those things whose time had come. In disciplines from astronomy to zoology, people were doing the same things, publishing in their narrow disciplinary journals, just totally unaware that the other people were around. They thought they were by themselves, and they were regarded as a bit eccentric in their own areas. They had exhausted the simple questions you could ask and begun to worry about phenomena that were a bit more complicated. And these people were just weepingly grateful to find out that everybody else was there too. Later, Feigenbaum lived in a bare space, a bed in one room, a computer in another, and in the third, 3 black electronic towers for playing his solidly dramatic record collection. His one experiment in home furnishing, the purchase of an expensive marble coffee table while he was in Italy, had ended in failure. He received a parcel of marble chips, piles of papers and books lined the walls. He talked rapidly, his long hair, gray now mixed with brown, sweeping back from his forehead. Something dramatic happened in the 20s, for no good reason. Physicists stumbled upon an essentially correct description of the world around them, because the theory of quantum mechanics is in some sense essentially correct. It tells you how you can take dirt and make computers from it. It's the way we've learned to manipulate our universe. It's the way chemicals are made and plastics and whatnot. One knows how to compute with it. It's an extravagantly good theory, except at some level it doesn't make good sense. Some part of the imagery is missing. If you ask what the equations really mean and what is the description of the world according to this theory, it's not a description that entails your intuition of the world. You can't think of a particle moving as though it has a trajectory. You're not allowed to visualize it that way. If you start asking more and more subtle questions, what does this theory tell you the world looks like? In the end, it's so far out of normal way of picturing things that you run into all sorts of conflicts. Now, maybe that's the way the world really is. but you don't really know that there isn't another way of assembling all this information that doesn't demand so radical a departure from the way in which you intuit things. There's a fundamental presumption in physics that the way you understand the world is that you keep isolating its ingredients until you understand the stuff that you think is truly fundamental. Then you presume that the other things you don't understand are details. The assumption is that there are a small number of principles that you can discern by looking at things in their pure state. This is the true analytic notion. And then somehow you put these together in more complicated ways where you want to solve more dirty problems if you can. As the collective knew well, most traditional instruction in physics glossed over nonlinearity. A few thought of nonlinearity as a creative force. Yet it was nonlinearity that created the mysteriously beautiful patterns of strange attractors. Nonlinear was a word that you only encountered in the back of the book, Farmer says. A physics student would take a math course, and the last chapter would be on nonlinear equations. He would usually skip that. Shaw and his colleagues had to turn their raw enthusiasm into a scientific program. They had to ask questions that could be answered and that would be worth answering. They sought ways of connecting theory and experiment. There, they felt, was a gap that needed to be closed. Before they could even begin, they had to learn what was known and what was not. And this itself was a formidable challenge. They did not know it, but their problems were emblematic of the hurdles faced by pioneers in chaos of many widely separated institutions. A handful of researchers, often working alone, afraid to discuss their unorthodox ideas with their colleagues. The Santa Cruz students were hindered by the tendency of communication to travel piecemeal in science, particularly when a new subject jumps across the established subdisciplines. Often they had no idea whether they were on new or old territory, and indeed some of their work paralleled discoveries by Soviet mathematicians. They quickly realized that many sorts of questions could be asked about the possible behaviors of simple physical systems and the strange attractors that they produce. What are their characteristic shapes? What does the geometry reveal about the physics of the related physical systems? A physicist wants to make measurements. What was there in these elusive moving images to measure? Shaw and the others tried to isolate the special qualities that made strange attractors so enchanting. Unpredictability was one. But where were the calipers to gauge such a quality? By now, the collective was meeting regularly in an outsized old Santa Cruz house not far from the beach. The house accumulated flea market furniture and computer equipment, much of which was devoted to the roulette problem. In their meetings, the physicists developed a working style, a routine of throwing out ideas and filtering them through some sieve of practicality, reading the literature, and conceiving papers of their own. Linking a bridge from the strange attractors they knew so well to the experiments of classical physics, the young physicists had grown more comfortable with such ideas than had any of their older colleagues. By living with strange attractors day and night, they convinced themselves that they recognized them in the flapping, shaking, beating, swaying phenomena of everyday lives. They had a game they would play. They would ask, how far away is the nearest strange attractor? Was it that rattling automobile fender? That flag snapping erratically in a steady breeze? A fluttering leaf? You don't see something until you have the right metaphor to let you perceive it, Shaw said. Before long, his astrophysicist friend Burke was quite convinced that the speedometer in his car was rattling in the non-linear fashion of a strange attractor. And Shaw, settling on an experimental project that would occupy him for years to come, adopted as homely a dynamical system as any physicist could imagine, a dripping faucet. As a generator of organization, the dripping faucet offers little to work with. But for a beginning investigator of chaos, the dripping faucet proved to have certain advantages. Everyone already has a mental picture of it. The data stream is as one-dimensional as could be, a rhythmic drumbeat of single points measured in time. None of these qualities could be found in systems that the Santa Cruz group explored later, the human immune system, for example, or the troublesome beam effect that was inexplicably degrading the performance of colliding particle beams at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center to the north. In the dripping faucet, the single line of data is all there is. And it isn't even a continuously varying velocity or temperature, just a list of drip times. The drips can be regular, or, as anyone can discover by adjusting a kitchen faucet, they can turn irregular and seemingly unpredictable. Asked to organize an attack on such a system, a traditional physicist might begin by making as complete a physical model as possible. The processes governing the creation and breaking off of drips are understandable, if not quite so simple as they might seem. One important variable is the rate of flow. Now, this had to be slow compared to most hydrodynamic systems. Shaw usually looked at drop rates of 1 to 10 per second, which meant a flow rate of 30 to 300 gallons per fortnight. Other variables include the viscosity of the fluid and the surface tension. A drop of water hanging off a faucet, waiting to break off, assumes a complicated three-dimensional shape, and the calculation of the shape alone was, as Shaw said, a state-of-the-art computer calculation. Drop filling with water is like a little elastic bag of surface tension, oscillating this way and that, gaining mass and stretching its walls until it snaps off. A physicist trying to model the drip problem completely by writing down sets of equations and trying to solve them would find himself lost in a deep, deep thicket. An alternative approach would be to forget about the physics and look only at the data, as though it were coming out of a black box. Given a list of numbers representing intervals between drips, could an expert in chaotic dynamics find something useful to say? Indeed, as it turned out, methods could be devised for organizing such data and working backwards into the physics. And these methods became critical to the applicability of chaos to real-world problems. Shaw began halfway between these extremes by making a sort of caricature of a complete physical model. He roughly summarized drip physics by imagining a weight hanging from a spring. The weight steadily grows. The spring stretches, and the weight hangs lower and lower. At a certain point, a portion of the weight would break off. The amount that would detach, Shaw supposed arbitrarily, would depend strictly on the speed of the descending weight when it reached the cutoff point. Then, of course, the remaining weight would bounce back up, as springs do, with oscillations that graduate students learn to model using standard equations. The interesting feature of the model, the only interesting feature, was a non-linear twist that made chaotic behavior possible. The precise timing of drip depended on the flow rate, but it also depended on how the springiness of this bag of surface tension interacted with the steadily increasing weight. If a drop started off its life already moving downward, then it would break off sooner. If it happened to be on the rebound, it would be able to fill with a bit more water before it snaps. Would Shaw's model generate as much complexity as a real faucet? And would the complexity be of the same kind? Shaw found himself sitting in the laboratory in the physics building, a big plastic tub of water over his head, a tube running down to a premium quality hardware store brass nozzle. As each drop fell, it interrupted a light beam, and a microcomputer in the next room recorded the time. At the same time, Shaw had his equations up and running on the analog computer, producing a stream of imaginary data. One day, he performed some show and tell for the faculty, a pseudo-colloquium, as Rothschild said, because graduate students were not permitted to give formal colloquiums. Shaw played a tape of a faucet making its drumbeat on a piece of tin, and he had his computer going click, click, click in a crisp syncopation, revealing patterns to the ear. His listeners could hear the deep structure in this seemingly disorderly system, but to go further, the group needed a way of taking raw data from any experiment and working backward to equations and strange attractors that characterized chaos. With a more complicated system, one variable could be plotted against another, relating changes in temperature or velocity to the passage of time. But the dripping faucet provided only a series of times, so Shaw tried a technique that may have been the Santa Cruz group's cleverest and most enduring practical contribution to the progress of chaos. It was a method of reconstructing an unseen strange attractor, and it could be applied to any series of data at all. For the dripping faucet data, Shaw made a graph in which the horizontal axis represented a time interval between a pair of drops, and the vertical axis represented the time interval between the next pair. If 150 milliseconds passed between drop 1 and drop 2, and then 150 milliseconds passed between drop 2 and drop 3, he plotted a point at the position of 150, 150. That was all there was to it. If the dripping was regular, the graph would be suitably dull. Every point would land at the same place. The graph would be a single dot, or almost. Actually, the first difference between the computer dripping faucet and the real dripping faucet was that the real version was subject to noise and exceedingly sensitive. Shaw ended up doing most of his work at night, when foot traffic in the physics corridors was lightest. Noise meant that instead of the single dot predicted by theory, he would see a slightly fuzzy blob. Each member of the collective was taken aside from time to time for heart-to-heart talks. They were warned that even if somehow a way could be found to justify doctorates, no one will be able to help the students find jobs in a non-existent field. This may be a fad, the faculty would say, and then where would you be? Yet outside of the redwood shelter of the Santa Cruz Hills, chaos was creating its own scientific establishment, and the Dynamical Systems Collective had to join it. The turning point was the surprise appearance at a midwinter meeting in condensed matter physics in Laguna Beach in 1978. The collective was not invited, but it went nonetheless, bundling itself into Shaw's 1959 Ford Ranch-style station wagon, an automobile known as the Cream Team. Just in case, the group brought some equipment, including a huge television monitor and a videotape. When an invited speaker canceled at the last minute, Shaw took his place. The timing was perfect. Chaos had attained the status of buzzword, but few of the physicists attending the conference knew what it meant. So Shaw began by explaining the different kinds of attractors, from ordinary to strange. First, steady states, where everything stops, then periodic cycles, where everything oscillates, then chaotic strange attractors, everything else. He demonstrated with his computer graphics on videotape. Audio-visual aids gave us an edge, he said. We could hypnotize them with flashing lights. He illuminated the Lorentz attractor and the dripping faucet. As the flow rate was increased, the system would go through a sudden change in character, a bifurcation. Now, drops would fall in pairs. One interval might be 150 milliseconds, and the next might be 80. So the graph would show two fuzzy blobs, one centered at 150 to 180, and the other at 80 to 150. The real test came when the pattern became chaotic. If it were truly random, points would be scattered all over the graph. But if strange attractors were hidden in the data, it might reveal itself as a coalescence of fuzziness into distinguishable structures. Often, 3 dimensions were necessary to see the structure, but that was no problem. The technique could easily be generalized to higher dimensional graph making. Instead of plotting each interval against the next, the scientists would plot each interval against the next but one. It was a trick, a gimmick. Ordinarily, a 3-dimensional graph required knowledge of 3 independent variables in a system. The trick gave 3 variables for the price of 1. It reflected the faith of these scientists that order was so deeply ingrained in apparent disorder that it would find a way of expressing itself even to experimenters who do not know which physical variables to measure. As Farmer says, when you think about a variable, the evolution of it must be influenced by whatever other variables it's interacting with. Their values must somehow be contained in the history of that thing. Somehow their mark must be there. In the case of Shaw's dripping faucet, the pictures illustrated the point. In 3 dimensions especially, the patterns emerge, resembling loopy trails of smoke left by an out-of-control skywriting plane. Shaw was able to match plots of the experimental data with data produced by his analog computer model, the main difference being that the real data was always fuzzier, smeared out by noise. Even so, the structure was unmistakable. As the months went on, the transition from rebel to physicist was slow. Every so often, sitting in a coffee house or working in their lab, one or another of the students would have to fight back amazement that their scientific fantasy had not ended. God, we're still doing this, and it still makes sense, as Jim Crutchfield would say. We're still here. How far is it going to go? Most of the physics faculty found itself in a difficult position. We had no advisor, nobody telling us what to do, said Shaw. We were in an adversary role for years, and it continues to this day. We were never funded at Santa Cruz. Every one of us worked for considerable periods of time without pay. And it was a shoestring operation the entire way with no intellectual or other guidance. The talk was a popular triumph, and in the audience were several members of the Santa Cruz faculty, seeing chaos for the first time through the eyes of their colleagues. The collective couldn't go on forever. The closer it came to the real world of science, the closer it came to unraveling. Its members began thinking about their individual futures, and they began collaborating with established physicists and mathematicians elsewhere. Having learned to look for strange attractors and flapping flags and rattling speedometers, the scientists made a point of finding the symptoms of chaos all through the current literature of physics. Peculiarities that had been dismissed as noise, surprising fluctuations, regularity mixing with irregularity, now began to be explained in the terms of the new science. By the time the collective departed, some of the Santa Cruz faculty had turned to chaos too. They were joining a movement. Chemists, ecologists, economists, climatologists all now find themselves trying to reconstruct strange attractors from crude data, just as Shaw had in his dripping faucet studies. Experts on finance use the techniques developed by the Santa Cruz group to sift through decades of daily stock market data, for example, seeking patterns they believe must be there. Many physiologists now believe that chaos provides a way of predicting and perhaps treating erratic rhythms in the processes that govern life, from breathing to heartbeats to brain function. It was in 1980 when Shaw finished his dissertation, 1981 for Farmer, 1982 for Packard. Crutchfield's appeared in 1983